preventable. And even colon cancer can be preventable if you get screened. If you're 45 or older, talk to your doctor. Go to colorectalcancer.org to learn more.
A teddy bear dreams of a best friend who they grow up with. What they don't dream of is being left alone in a shrine for school shooting victims who could have been their best friends.
School shootings are preventable. Learn the warning signs at sandyhookpromise.org.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 63 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 9 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Multiple people were injured after a two-vehicle crash on Friday night in Murraysville. A crash happened around 11 o'clock at the intersection of Route 22 and Buena Vista Road. Some of the people in the cars were trapped inside before they were rescued. They were taken to area hospitals. No word on their conditions this morning. A local congresswoman is denouncing the decision by owners of the Waterfront Shopping Center in Homestead to eliminate bus stops that were very close to the entrances of Target and Giant Eagle. Summer Lee said in a statement Friday that removing the bus stops, quote, disregards the needs of thousands of riders, including seniors and people with disabilities. PRT says the decision is out of their hands and the bus stops are being moved to nearby Amity Street. The bus stops near the front entrances of Target and Giant Eagle are scheduled to be eliminated on October 19th. A petition signed by upwards of 1,500 people was taken to Pittsburgh City Clerk's office in hopes that Pittsburgh City Council would make Pittsburgh a, quote, sanctuary city. That term is used to describe local governments that limit their cooperation with ICE or Immigration and Customs Enforcement operations. Pittsburgh Mayor Ed Gainey has said his administration would not work with ICE. Allegheny United for Immigration Rights and Justice, the organization behind the effort, also called on Allegheny County leaders to do more to protect the immigrant community in the county. ICE has been ramping up its arrests in cities throughout the nation under the Trump administration. Well, it's that time of year when you may be tempted to put on your desk a candle with the scent of pumpkin spice, gingerbread, or sugar cookies. But as News Radio KDK's David Ballarado reports, a local expert says you could have too much of a good thing.
Dr. Marion Reven of West Virginia University School of Nursing says while such holiday scents may trigger feelings of nostalgia, they're best enjoyed in small doses.
There is research that says that if we're going to share our aromas with people, that we should probably only be diffusing them for a short amount of time.
Ideally less than an hour. Otherwise, it could lead to acute conditions like asthma or headaches. Reven also says you should look more for natural sources versus synthetic, and suggests one option might be a natural scent inhaler that would give you the nostalgic sense without the long-term exposure risks. David Ballarado, News Radio, KDKA.
KDKA Radio News Time, it's 9:03. The AccuWeather forecast coming up.
This year's senior class is back at homecoming, reunited and protected with mNEXSpike, the new COVID-19 vaccine from Moderna for adults 65 and older. That's because these seniors know they face the highest risk of severe COVID. mNEXSpike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA, is a COVID-19 vaccine for people 65 and older and for 12 to 64-year-olds at high risk for severe COVID. You shouldn't get mNEXSpike if you've had an allergic reaction to a previous Moderna COVID-19 vaccine. Rare cases of inflammation of the heart muscle and outer lining have been reported. Common side effects include pain at the injection site, tiredness, headache, muscle or joint pain, chills, nausea, vomiting, and underarm swelling or soreness. mNEXSpike may not protect everyone. This year's senior class came ready with a COVID-19 vaccine that helps them keep showing up. mNEXSpike from Moderna, here for the senior class. Visit mnexspike.com to schedule your vaccine today. That's mnexspike.com.
Join the National Kidney Foundation at Highmark Stadium in Station Square on Sunday, September 28th from 8 a.m. to noon for the annual Kidney Walk.
Why walk? Kidney disease is the 8th leading cause of death in the United States. 12 people die every day while on a waiting list for a kidney transplant. 1 in 3 people are at risk for kidney disease.
Every step you take helps fight kidney disease. Register your team today at kidneywalk.org/Pittsburgh.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Look for clouds and sun today, maybe an afternoon and evening shower toward the lowers with a high of 77, but it turns out clear with some fog developing late tonight with a low of 56. That leads to more sun than clouds and a very warm day tomorrow, high 85, with fog giving way to sun and some high clouds on Monday, high 83. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by MediConnect. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
These are the people, the movers and shakers, the businesses, the people you know in your community who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The most informed, the most in knowledge as far as Medicare is concerned, and the most passionate. That is MediConnect, and it's just about ready, set, go time for the annual enrollment period. So I'm going to dazzle you with the knowledge of one Mark Clark today. How am I going to do that? We're going to open the phones right now and keep them open for the entire hour. So if you're going to be 65 or you turn 65 this calendar year, you're signing up for the first time, or as we recommend, everybody should be revisiting their benefits each and every year. Whatever is on your mind in the way of Medicare, prescriptions to hospital stays, you better call now. That advice just a phone call away. And here again is that number, 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. And of course, you're going to want to set up that appointment. Remember, there is never a charge for their services. 888-818-6334. We have live advisors standing by until noon today. So Mark Clark, this is your time to huddle up with your team and get ready because it's almost game time.
That's it. Yeah. We'll be. I told you a little earlier. We're going to huddle today. We got a little picnic planned at my house. Bringing my team together, trying to fire them up, get them ready. We're going to be busy. Rob, you're not going to see me till Christmas. How about that?
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, Happy Thanksgiving, all that fun stuff, right? But what an exciting weekend for Pittsburgh, right? We got the Steelers and the Vikings. In Ireland,
right?
Wow, that's crazy, right? The great race. I always think of Mayor Caligiuri when I think of the great race, right?
Good man.
Good man. And a lot of activities going on around Pittsburgh. But yes, annual enrollment period's right around the bend. Today we're going to focus on annual enrollment period. We're going to talk about something called an annual notice of change. I'm going to even talk about some mistakes that people make during annual enrollment period. But first, I want to start with a little bit of trivia, all right?
Let's do it.
History from September 27th. September 27th, 1825, the world's first public railway, the Stockton and Darlington Railway, opened in England, kicking off the railway age. I'm amazed all the time, Rob, how easy it is to get somewhere today. How easy. I can remember even as a child thinking about flying on a plane and going somewhere. People didn't do it as much, right? But now it's like at the drop of a hat. Let's get a flight. Let's go here. Let's go there. We're mobile, right? And the railway age really started some of that too. How about September 27th, 1937? The last Bali tiger was shot, leading to the extinction of the subspecies. It's a terrible thing when an animal just disappears. I can't say I'm a big giant enthusiast about the environment. I mean, yes, I think we should protect it. We should do the best we can. But I'm realistic about it. But there's something I get a little sad when I'm driving down the road and I see those deer hit on the side of the road. I don't know about you, but that's how I feel. But yes, how about September 27th, 1954? The Tonight Show begins its nationwide broadcast with Steve Allen. Do you remember Steve Allen?
Oh, yes, I do.
Yeah, Johnny Carson is the Tonight Show for me.
Then there was Jack Parr in between, but Steve Allen was just an incredible talent.
Yeah, I just wasn't old enough. I'm not old enough.
I don't
to
remember the
have seen
show either, but
Yeah.
I've seen old, as they used to call them, kinescopes, which was even before film. Yeah, I've seen some Steve Allen. He was a very intelligent man, and really was the first to put Elvis on.
Oh,
also Jerry Lee Lewis, and when Jerry Lee Lewis jumped up and kicked out the piano chair,
yeah.
Basically, Steve Allen's claim to fame was he picked it up and threw it back at him. So, I mean, Steve Allen's been around a long time, did a lot of incredible things.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that's September 27, 1954 was when that national broadcast started. And then September 27th, 1964 was when the Warren Commission released its report about the assassination of John F. Kennedy. Very controversial report, right?
It turned out much to be about nothing.
Yeah, yes. And Cyril Wecht was a big part of that, too, right?
He was genius, Mr. Wecht. Joined me many times. This was an interview with Cyril Wecht, how smart he was. Dr. Wecht, it's great to have you on the radio. And then it would be, thank you for joining me today, because he could just talk. It was poetry in motion.
Oh,
He
yeah.
was amazing.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, even here late in his life, he was
Sharp.
He was sharp. He was leading discussions and talks and panels.
Never said no. You could call him morning, noon, or night, and if his secretary, he had an opening, he was in.
One of the great Pittsburghers of all time, right?
Brilliant.
Yep. How about famous birthdays for September 27th? September 27th, 1722, one of our founding fathers, Samuel Adams, was born.
Who got out and ended up making a beer. No, just kidding. Just kidding.
Yes. How about September 27th, 1840? Thomas Nast was born. Who is he? He's the cartoonist that's most often credited with the creating the modern image of Santa Claus.
And do you realize that Santa was the first celebrity to get paid an endorsement fee?
How about that?
For Coca-Cola.
For Coca-Cola. Yeah, there you go. How about September 27th, 1947? The late rock singer and actor Meatloaf was born.
Great person, great singer, but every time somebody mentions his name,
yeah,
I just want to have meatloaf.
With mashed potatoes.
Oh, yes.
I'm with you. Yes, that's always been a funny nickname. September 27th, 1982, Lil Wayne, American rapper and producer.
He's that young.
Yes.
Man, we are getting old.
Yeah, I know.
He's a baby.
I know. Well, you're like me. When I see some of these later ones, I'm always thinking about where was I when this person was born, right? And this next one, September 27th, 1984, Canadian singer and songwriter Avril Lavigne.
Very talented. Musician, too.
I was a senior in high school. So
I was already out 10 years.
I gotcha. Yes, I was a senior in high school at Elizabeth Forward High School playing soccer. September, that was a great year for me. Good year. So little history, little birthdays. Let's talk about the trivia question. You know, we give away a Get-Go gas card if you get the trivia question. Today's a multi-choice trivia question, so I'm kind of giving you the answer. You just got to pick the right one and be the first caller to tell us that right one, right? So here's the question. I mentioned it earlier. On this day in 1825, the world's first public railway opened. What type of cargo was carried on the very first train journey of the Stockton and Darlington Railway? Was it A, passengers, B, coal, or C, mail?
If you think you know it, 412-922-1020, 412-922-1020, and you will get a $15 Get-Go gas card if you get the correct answer.
That's it? Yeah.
All right, so can I ask you a quick question?
Yes, sir.
So I told you that I was in that beautiful CVS store, Pennsylvania Avenue, Monaco. We're in the Aetna Studios. They are connected. Absolutely love my pharmacy. That is that CVS. And I decided to get a flu shot, got a tetanus shot, and I was sitting there waiting to get my shots. And I saw something and said, I'm going to have to ask them, OTC benefits.
Yep.
What is that?
Over-the-counter benefits. That's what OTC is. Over-the-counter benefits is a benefit that you can get on most Advantage plans, Medicare Advantage plans. What it is, Rob, it's like they give you a pile of money. Sometimes it's once a month they give you some money. Sometimes it's once a quarter. And if you're connected to a plan that works through with an Aetna plan and it works through CVS, they're connected to each other, then you can actually go to CVS and they have certain products marked as over-the-counter products.
Nice.
And you take that money. You can buy stuff like Band-Aids, toothpaste, toothbrushes, hemorrhoid cream. I always say just don't get the hemorrhoid cream and the toothpaste mixed up. You definitely will have shrinking gums. Sorry.
Boom.
But you can get all kinds of, sometimes there's blood pressure cuffs and compression socks and all kinds of supplies that people would need that you get over the counter. They give you money to purchase those things.
I actually like to shop at CVS. A lot of times I'll get some snacks. I'll get a few other things that I need, a T-shirt, a Christmas gift, a card, whatever. CVS, awesome. And they took such good care of me. And they got the coolest little Band-Aids because they got the little heart on them.
There you go. And it's CVS has become like one-stop shops.
Yeah,
right?
man. And it's like,
everything.
It's a big part of my neighborhood.
I got you.
We depend on it. All right, now, we're going to get to a break, but I just want to remind everyone, anything on your mind today, please take this opportunity. Open enrollment is around the bend. He's here. We're going to give you a chance to get free answers for simply making a toll-free call. The call doesn't even cost anything, 866-391-1020. But if you need to sign up or you want to revisit, you got to call now. Get in there and get that appointment set up. They're standing by. We actually have them until 8 o'clock today, rather till noon today. And that number to dial is very simply 888-818-6334, 888-818-6334. And I think we have a winner already, or at least that's what I thought. Alonzo told me it is. It's Jim from Bethel Park.
All right, Jim. So good job. Congratulations. The answer to our question, and the question was, what type of cargo was carried on the very first journey of the Stockton-Darlington Railway? And it was B, coal. Yes, there were a few people that jumped on that first ride, but the main reason that it was established, the first kind of thing that it hauled was coal. So
nice. All right.
That's the answer. Congratulations, Jim.
Before we take a break, why don't you run these seminars real quick?
Absolutely, yes. We have live seminars all around the Pittsburgh area. You don't want to miss them. If you're getting ready to turn 65 in the next 6 months to a year, you want to get educated. We want to educate you. We'll teach you about original Medicare, about all the different products. Here's the list for you. September 29th at 4 p.m. will be at Encompass Health, Sewickley. That's 351 Camp Meeting Road. September 30th at 5:30 p.m. will be at the Ligonier Library, 120 West Main Street in Ligonier. October 7th at 6 p.m. will be at the Sewickley Library, 500 Thorn Street. October 14th at 6 p.m. will be at the Holiday Inn Express in Irwin. That's 8,400 US 30. And October 20th at 6 p.m. will be at the Penn Hills Library, 1037 Stotler Road. And October 28th at 6 p.m., Holiday Inn Express, Bridgeville. That's 3053 Washington Pike. Those are live in person. We have live advisors standing by until noon at 888-818-6334. Definitely want to come to those live seminars.
And by the way, when the enrollment period, that's why I was thinking 8, the enrollment period, tell everybody you're going to be open a little bit later.
Our offices are open from 8 to 8 during the week, during annual enrollment period. That means you can call during that time. You can set up appointments during that time. We'll still do office appointments. Definitely putting in some extra time, and will be available to help you.
All right, but now this is your chance. 866-391-1020. Prescription drug prices, hospital stays, doctor visits, all of the stuff that you need answered about Medicare. Now's the time with that annual enrollment period days away. Call us. Fill up these phone lines. Make this man work today because he's ready to help you. Mark Clark hosting the Inside Connection. MediConnect with your Pratt Pack on KDKA. Good morning.
When you need to talk, we're here for you. Always have been. News Radio KDKA.
Hey folks, NASCO Roofing, the region's roofing leader, continues to exceed customer expectations. Carol from Pittsburgh praised NASCO Roofing for their quality workmanship and the timely manner NASCO completed her new roof. She loved how friendly and easy NASCO Roofing was to work with. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Carol. Get NASCO on your roof next. Call NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO Roofing, NASCO.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's creoninfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248 today.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, this is usually when it starts to pick up on the phone lines, and by the time we get to this show next week, it'll be jammed. So if you have any questions about Medicare with the annual enrollment period days away, call us. And remember, set up your appointment right now, 888-818-6334. Never a charge for their services, 888-818-6334. Phones are starting to light up, so that means folks are going to want to get these questions answered. So if you have any question at all about Medicare coverage, call us right now so we can help you, 866-391-1020. So AEP 2025. Let's get going.
Yeah, so we're going to shift gears here a little bit, and annual enrollment period is coming up. You know, annual enrollment period is the same time every year, Rob. October 15th through December 7th, same this year. This is the time of year when everybody that's on Medicare should be doing a little research looking at the plan that you have and comparing it with the changes that plan's going to have for next year, and then taking a look at other plans that are in this region. You know, in this region, there can be as many as 80 or more plans available to you. And so, you know, what are the things you're looking at? During annual enrollment period, these are the things that you can do. You can switch from original Medicare to a Medicare Advantage plan. You can switch back to original Medicare if you're on a Medicare Advantage plan. You can change from one Medicare Advantage plan to another. You can enroll in, drop, or switch your Medicare Part D prescription drug plan. And so there's a lot that you can accomplish in this time. And it's so important. Why is this important? Because the choices you make during this window will affect your health care coverage and costs for the entirety of 2026. And so if you want to protect your pocketbook, if you want to make sure you get the things or have the services available, or you want to make sure that the co-pays you're going to pay are as low as possible, or you're getting things like that over-the-counter benefit that Rob mentioned earlier, or dental, vision, and hearing. You know, sometimes you go into a year, you know, I'm going to need some dental work this year. You might want to look at a plan that has more dental coverage than the plan you're on now. I will stress this, Rob, though. It's really important that you don't make your decision about your Medicare coverage based off of the ancillary benefits, the extras, the dental, vision, and hearing, the over-the-counter benefit, the free rides to the doctor, the free meals. You don't base it off of that. You always want to start with your prescription drugs, and that's where we start. We start with your prescription drug coverage. We make sure that the plan that you're on or the plan that you're looking at, that it's going to cover your prescription drugs at the lowest copay level possible. There's no prescription drug coverage that's going to cover everything at a zero copay. You got to get that out of your mind. But we will help you shop and find and search and look at plans that are going to give you the lowest cost. And lots of changes to the prescription drug coverage in this past year. All of that stuff affects everything else regarding Medicare. But we start there, and then once you know your drugs are going to be covered, you want to make sure that the doctor or the hospitals that you want to go to or that are close to you are going to be in network for that plan. So just a little advice there. Coming up a little later, what I'm going to make sure we talk about is the biggest mistakes that people make during the annual enrollment period and how to avoid them. But first, I want to talk about one of the key factors in annual enrollment period that most people, I believe, just ignore. And that's called your ANOC, Annual Notice of Change. Every fall, Medicare Advantage plans and prescription drug plans, the providers of those plans send out what's called Annual Notice of Change letter. It comes out and shows you the changes to premiums, costs, benefits, services in your area, provider networks for the upcoming year. Here's my advice. Do not ignore your annual notice of change, because it will literally, side by side, Rob, it'll show you this is your plan this year, and this is the same plan, but this is what it'll look like next year, line by line, and it'll show you exactly what the changes are and what it's going to look like. And here's the thing. Sometimes when you look at the ANOC, if you're not educated in Medicare, if you don't understand Medicare, insurance in general can be confusing. We do this every day, but sometimes when you look at it, you can get very confused. You might not understand the impact of what's changed, the impact of them changing your maximum out of pocket, the impact of changing that last year you didn't have a deductible on your drug coverage, and this year you are going to have a deductible on your drug coverage. There can be a lot of changes. You might not understand the impact. When you get that annual notice of change, you take a look at it. You want to understand it, you give us a call, 888-818-6334. I've got those live advisors standing by right now. I know that Logan and Corey are standing by till noon. They're going to be answering the phones. They'll be happy to set an appointment with you this week to go over your ANOC and explain what those changes are going to mean. How are they going to affect you? And what's going to be the impact on your life with those changes? Definitely want to look at the ANOC.
All right, listen, we're going to go to break, but before we do, run the seminars, and I'll remind everyone you can register for these seminars that are free, but you have to register by dialing 888-818-6334, 888-818-6334, or the comfort from your home. Just go to MediConnectInsurance.com and click on the seminars tab. Mark.
Yeah, and I want to remind everybody also, we have webinars every Wednesday at 10 a.m. and 6 p.m. You can register online for those, or you can call the number 888-818-6334 and register for the online webinar. Basically what happens once you register, you'll get an email. It'll have a link. The email comes about 5 minutes before the seminar starts, the webinar starts, and you'll be able to click that and go right to the webinar. Here's our live seminars coming up in the region soon. September 29th at 4 p.m. Encompass Health, Swickley. September 30th, 5:30 p.m. Ligonier Library. October 7th at 6 p.m. We'll be at the Swickley Library. October 14th at 6 p.m. Holiday Inn Express in Irwin. October 20th at 6 p.m. we'll be at the Penn Hills Library. And October 28th at 6 p.m., the Holiday Inn Express in Bridgeville. I think I've been to all of those. What do you do now? You call 888-818-6334. I want to remind our current clients that we have Client Experience Department. You can reach them directly Monday through Friday, 8:30 to 5 p.m. They're at 888-805-3453. Definitely, you want to call 888-818-6334 and schedule an appointment.
All right, we'll take a break. News next.
Americans spend $66 billion on weight loss products and services each year. And you know what? Right here in our hometown, Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Bitchoff has helped thousands of people do just that, lose weight, keep it off. In fact, he's been helping people take back control of their lives for more than 20 years here in Pittsburgh. at the PA Hypnosis Center. You have an opportunity to do the same. Are you battling anxiety? So many people are. He can help you with that. If you want to quit smoking, Dan Vitchoff is the call you should make at the PA Hypnosis Center today. Schedule your pre-consultation at 724-934-8446, 724-934-8446. Dan can help you reach your goal with a 98% success guarantee. 724-934-8446. Call now.
Get your football fix every Thursday evening at 6 with the Bowser Chevrolet Quest for the Best High School Football Show live from Dave & Buster's. Dan Zangrilli and the Dean of High School Sports, Mike White, break it all down. It's powered by Bowser Chevrolet and brought to you by Diulis Law, First National Bank, and by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Only on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 64 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 9:30. I'm Rob Taylor. This just into the KDKA Radio Newsroom. Pittsburgh police say a man was shot in the abdomen this morning in Homewood. It happened around 7 o'clock this morning in the 7200 block of Felicia Way. The man was transported to the hospital in critical condition. A spokesperson says the victim is not cooperating with investigators. A few people were injured after a two-vehicle crash Friday night in Murraysville. This crash happened around 11 o'clock at Route 22 on Buena Vista Road. Some of the people in the cars were trapped inside before being rescued. Those injured were taken to area hospitals. No word on their conditions this morning. And a new study finds that a COVID infection can weaken a person's sense of smell for years. Here's CBS News correspondent Michael Wallace.
The research published in JAMA Network Open says 4 out of 5 COVID patients who reported an altered sense of smell still scored low on scent detection tests 2 years later. 2/3 of the patients who thought their sense of smell had fully returned were wrong. A lost sense of smell can lead to weight loss and depression and can be dangerous if you can't detect gas leaks, smoke, or spoiled food. Researchers are looking for ways to restore sense of smell that's been damaged by COVID. Vitamin A supplements are one possibility. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
KDKA Radio News Time 9:31. Next updates at 10. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDKA.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life, your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Have you been diagnosed with metastatic prostate cancer? You may qualify for a clinical trial studying an investigational therapy designed to activate your immune system to fight cancer throughout the body. If your prostate cancer has spread and you've received prior hormone therapy, you may be eligible. Take the next step in your fight. Visit Legion100trial.com to learn more or call 1-888-636-5344. That's Legion100trial.com or 1-888-636-5344.
Pennsylvania's statewide tobacco-free recovery initiative supports your local radio station and reminds those in substance use disorder recovery that learning tobacco-free coping skills improves the chance of long-term recovery by 25%, and that more than 70% of Pennsylvanians in recovery believe these skills are helpful for both recovery and mental health. Become tobacco-free recovery strong and learn more at tobaccofreerecoverypa.com or call 1-800-QUIT-NOW. Sponsored by the Philadelphia Department of Health.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings clouds and some sunshine, perhaps an afternoon and evening shower toward the Laurels with a high of 77, but expect a clear finish tonight with some fog late and a low of 56, followed by a warmer day tomorrow with more sunshine than clouds and a high of 85, with sun and some clouds for Monday, high 83. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by MediConnect.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, we're back with Mark Clark. We're talking Medicare, annual enrollment days away. If you have a question, call us. Don't miss this opportunity. 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. Now, Mark alluded to this going into the break, but now we're going to talk about some things in the way of mistakes that people make, so go right ahead.
Oh, yeah. There's some things you should know during AEP, some common mistakes that people make. Annual enrollment period's right around the bend here. It's such an important time of year if you're on Medicare. So here's the top things you need to know before you make any changes. Number one, review your annual notice of change carefully. Costs or coverage can change dramatically from one year to the next, and I'll just warn everybody. We can't really talk about the changes until after October 1st. That'll be later this week. But I'll just warn everybody that as good as the Inflation Reduction Act was a few years ago when it was passed, it's having some impact this year on Medicare plans. And so it had, the Inflation Reduction Act had its benefits, but there are, just like Einstein said, every action has an equal and opposite reaction. You have to understand that,
We used to say what goes around comes around.
Well, that too. That's a good way to say it. One change leads to other changes, and there's a ripple effect to it all. And so this is not a year when you want to just blindly walk with the same plan you have. You definitely want to check out your annual notice of change. How about check out your prescription drug coverage? Every year, every carrier on every plan they have can change the drug formulary. What is a drug formulary? Drug formulary is a list of drugs that they'll cover on that plan. And if you've listened to us before, you know that all of those prescription medications can be put into one of 5 different tiers. In most cases, in this region, they're using 5 different tiers. And so what are the tiers? Tier 1 is preferred generics. Tier 2 is non-preferred generics. Tier 3 is preferred brands. Tier 4 is non-preferred brands. Tier 5 are specialty drugs. And so, but the carriers are allowed to put any drug they want on any tier. And they can change that every year. You don't want to blindly just think, well, my plan covered all my medications last year at a tier 1 or 2, so I won't have much cost when it comes to my prescription medications. That might not be true going into 2026. Confirm your doctors and hospitals are still in network. Plans can change provider networks. We see this happen all the time. In fact, I'll tell you that last annual enrollment period, we were working with a group out of Buffalo, New York, and there were a group of doctors and hospitals in Buffalo, New York that said, we're no longer going to work with this specific carrier. That happens sometimes. They have contracts just like anything else, Rob. What happens is these doctors and hospitals will have contracts with insurance carriers. Sometimes those relationships go sour. They try to negotiate,
Mark,
and it doesn't work.
What happens if that happens after enrollment?
What happens if that happens after enrollment? Yeah, that's a great question, Rob. Well, what we can do, clients or consumers would have a couple choices. They could either try to change their insurance coverage plan, right? What they could do is see if they have a special enrollment period so that they could change. And we specialize in helping you find special enrollment periods. And again, if that happens to you after December 7th this year, you figure out that your doctor's not going to be in network anymore. If you're on a Medicare Advantage plan, there's a new enrollment period. It starts January 1st. If you're on an Advantage plan already, you could change your plan so that you could get a plan your doctor will take.
This last 2 minutes of this show today would make me want to sign up with MediConnect more than ever.
I understand.
Because you get the notice, we're not anymore. You pick up the phone, you call them, say, hey, what do we do?
That's it. Yeah. The other choice you have is you find a new doctor that will take your plan. And, that maybe if you're like me, I go to my primary care doctor a couple times a year. I go once because of my annual physical. I go another time because they won't They won't sign off on more prescriptions that I take prescriptions for my allergies and for my asthma. And so, they won't sign off unless I go another time, right? But, if you go to your primary care doctor because you have an existing problem you're working on, you have a specialist like a cardiologist or a pulmonary doctor that you have to go to that you've developed a relationship with over the years, it's really important to have coverage that they're going to accept. And unfortunately, Rob, the people at the front desk at the doctor's office, no fault of their own. Sometimes they don't know when these relationships have ended. We have relationships with the carriers. We know these things, and we can research them for you. We can make sure you're on a plan that your doctors are going to take. So certainly, you want to make sure. The next thing I want to mention is you want to look at your total out-of-pocket costs. Maximum out-of-pocket can change drastically from one year to another. I remember a few years ago, one of the major carriers in this region took all of their max out-of-pockets from, around $4,000 or $5,000 in a year to $7,500, and that was a big jump. And so there are going to be changes this year, Rob. People do not want to sit on their hands. They don't want to ignore this. They want to understand and know that this year is not a year to fall asleep. So review your annual notice of change. Check your prescriptions. Make sure your doctors and hospitals are going to be in network. Make sure you check the total out-of-pocket costs for the year. The last thing I'll say is consider your travel or living situation. If you split time between states, let's say you live here for 6 months of the year, you live somewhere else for 6 months of the year, you want to make sure that the plan that you have is going to work in that region where you live for that other 6 months. We can help you take a look at that. We can make sure that you're at least going to be able to see in-network doctors in that region, or at least explain that you're not going to be able to see those in-network doctors in that region. And Rob, when people have issues, especially with Medicare Advantage plans, most of the time that people have billing issues with Medicare Advantage plans is because they used their plan the wrong way. They had an HMO and they were in another state and they got admitted to the hospital and they're going to see a bigger bill. They had an HMO and they try to see a regular doctor they're from Pittsburgh, but they were in California, and they try to see a PCP in California. Well, they're going to get a bigger bill. We can help you navigate that stuff. Common mistakes that people make during AEP: they ignore their annual notice of change. They choose a plan based only on the lowest premium. That's a mistake. Missing the December 7th deadline, definitely a deadline, right? If you don't sign up for a new plan for January 1st, by December 7th at 11:59 p.m., you're out of luck for that enrollment period. We might be able to find you other enrollment periods, and that's what we specialize in. How about another mistake? Not seeking help or advice before making a change. Rob, if I could advise everybody, they should call us.
Yeah, why not?
We'll walk with you. We'll walk you right through the process. We've been doing this thousands of clients, hundreds and thousands of people that we've helped that are happy with their coverage. The other mistake that people make is assuming your plan's not going to change because you get your new card and the card looks exactly the same. Doesn't matter what the card looks like. Your plan, there are going to be changes this year. I can't stress that anymore. You want to call us. What can you do? You can call us at 888-818-6334. That's 888-818-6334. Remember, current clients, call the client experience department. Lauren Uran, my co-worker, my counterpart for a long time with the field team, she has taken over and she's leading the client experience department. What a wonderful department. They'll help our current clients. Call them directly at 888-805-3453. They're there Monday through Friday, 8:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. And for people looking for help, never worked with us, give us a call at 888-818-6334. We'll help you. We'll definitely help you with whatever you need during this season.
We're going to come back and review today's show, but don't forget, they're standing by until noon. You can set up that appointment. There is never a charge for their services. 888-818-6334. If you will, please, the seminars. One more time.
One more time. September 29th at 4 p.m. We'll be at Encompass Health in Sewickley. September 30th at 5:30 p.m. We'll be at the Ligonier Library. October 7th at 6 p.m. We'll be at the Swickley Library. October 14th at 6 p.m. we'll be at the Holiday Inn Express in Irwin. October 20th at 6 p.m. we'll be at the Penn Hills Library. And October 28th at 6 p.m. we'll be at the Holiday Inn Express in Bridgeville.
I want to remind you, these are free events, but you got to call to reserve your space at 888-818-6334, 888-818-6334, or you can go to MediConnectInsurance.com and click on the Seminars tab. One question before we go to break.
Yep.
Married couples signing up for Medicare.
Yep.
Do you have to take that into consideration, or is it an individual plan still?
It's all individual. Medicare's all individual, so when you pay your Part B premium, that's an individual payment. You don't have to go on the same plan as each other. Sometimes if you work with the same company, you might get a discount if you're on a supplement. But yeah, Medicare's all individual, Rob. It's all based off that one person. You don't get a family plan. You don't get a plan for the couple, for sure.
Call and set up that appointment. Never a charge for their services. That enrollment period, days away. Do it now. 888-818-6334. And if you have any Medicare questions you'd like Mark to answer for you before he leaves today, call us right now, 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. Next hour, it's the guys from True Value, and then AAA Central's Talking Travel. And then we'll tell you all about the Royal Carbolic Players and what they have up their sleeve. You're going to love it. Stay with us.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
The end of summer sale means big savings today at EV True Value Hardware in Bethel Park. 20% off Harmony Organic Insect Control. 20% off Sniper, your hospital-grade virus and killer. Introducing Knockout. 20% off this multi-purpose odor eliminator. Come for the savings, come for the cookout, come for the book sale to benefit the Bethel Park Public Library. All happening at EV True Value Hardware in beautiful Bethel Park today.
I have too many bills with high interest rates. What should I do?
Use your home equity. With a Dollar Bank Home Equity Loan, you can consolidate everything into one fixed monthly payment with a great rate. Plus, get up to 90 days until your first payment is due.
You can do that with home equity?
Yep. Our loan expert helped us through the whole process.
I can breathe easier already.
Talk to a Dollar Bank loan expert today or visit dollar.bank/borrow. Dollar Bank. Equal housing lender, member FDIC. Interest continues to accrue during the 90 days and your monthly payment and loan APR may increase.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, we're back. So we're down to just days. So somebody's going to call MediConnect. This is the first time they're signing up for it. They've never done it before. They just turned 65. They are 65. They're going to be 65. What should they gather? What should they have prepared before they come and see you?
It's a great question, Rob. It's really important that we have an accurate list of the medications that you're taking right now. We need the name of the drug, the dosage size, and usually I ask people to tell me how often do they take it. Because it can, if you take it once a day or twice a day or 3 times a day, that can make a difference in your monthly price. Try to get an accurate spelling of that name. People often say, well, how do I get that? Look on the prescription bottle. It'll spell it out for you. Try to take a look at any extra words that are after it. Sometimes it's HTC afterwards, or it'll have an extra word after the main name of your prescription. So a list of your prescription drugs. We also will need a list of your doctors. We don't need the doctor's phone number. We don't need the doctor's address in most cases. What we need is the correct spelling, first and last name of the doctor, and what are they? Are they your primary care doctor? Are they your pulmonologist? Are they your cardiac doctor? Oncologist, something like that. Any kind of specialty. We want to know who your dentist is. We want to know who your eye doctor is. It's just really important you have an accurate list of that and what their specialty is, so that we can make sure the plan that you're looking at or the plan you want to sign up for is going to be a network. sometimes in this region, people lean towards their doctors are all UPMC, or sometimes they're all AHN. Sometimes it's a mixture. Those are important factors for us. If you saw a dermatologist back in 1992 and you haven't seen them since, it's probably not important to have on the list. So you want to have that. You want to have your red, white, and blue Medicare card. You definitely want to have that card handy. If you don't know how to sign up for that, we can walk you through the steps of that, tell you what it's going to take to sign up for that. Whatever your current coverage, healthcare coverage is, you want to have your membership card. We really don't need the member number, but it's good for us to be able to compare with what you have now. Definitely want to have a list of drugs, list of doctors, and whatever your coverage is now, whatever questions you have. I would also say it's important to bring any kind of banking information in case we need that, right? Because some of these plans you sign up for, you can't pay through your Social Security check, and you can't get a monthly bill sent to you. You have to pay through a electronic funds transfer.
Well, say if you wanted to do that as opposed to having it come out of your Social Security check, can you do that?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, you can pay in a lot of different ways. You can get a monthly bill. They can take it from for Medicare Advantage plans and standalone prescription drug plans. They can take it out of your Social Security. But if you purchase a Medicare supplement plan, most supplement plans want to do electronic funds transfer where they have your banking information once a month on a certain date. They're just going to reach in there and take it. And so sometimes just getting policies or things completed for people get derailed or stalled a little because, I didn't bring my checkbook. We don't really need to get a check from you, but sometimes we need to know your routing number and your bank information.
So here's the other question I hear people say, hey, ask these folks in MediConnect this question or that question. How long by the time I leave your office that my Medicare card is actually working?
Okay, so that depends on how soon you come to us, okay? So, Rob, most of the time Medicare plans are, all the time, they start on the first day of whatever month you signed up for.
Okay.
So when you turn 65, if you turn I'll turn 65 in September, right? Not this, I just turned 59, so I got a few years. But when I turn 65, my Medicare will be available to me on the first day of September that year. Here's the funny little rule that Medicare has. If you were born on the first day of a month, you actually get your Medicare to start a month early. It'll start the first day of the month before you turn 65. That's a little rule. But so really depends. Because sometimes, you can sign up for your Part A and Part B, and if it becomes effective and we can corroborate that and check that, and we know it's starting on the date you want, we can actually write a policy for you 3 months in advance. So when will you get your membership card? Once you sign up, you should get your membership card for your plan in 7 to 10 business days. That's a standard practice in the industry. Sometimes it might take a little longer, but 7 to 10 business days you'll have that. If you're talking about signing up for original Medicare, that red, white, and blue card, it usually takes 3 to 4 weeks after you sign up for it for you to get that red, white, and blue card in your hand. They're pretty accurate with that.
That's pretty good.
That's not bad.
No.
That's not bad for government. Yes. They're moving fast.
Tell them about the seminars, please.
Absolutely. September 29th, we will be at Encompass Health Sewickley. That's 351 Camp Meeting Road in Sewickley. September 30th at 5:30 p.m. We'll be at the Ligonier Library. That's 120 West Main Street. October 7th at 6 p.m. Sewickley Library. That's 500 Thorn Street in Sewickley. October 14th at 6 p.m. We'll be at the Holiday Inn Express in Irwin. That's 8,400 US 30. That's in North Huntington, PA. October 20th at 6 p.m. Penn Hills Library. That's 1037 Stotler Road. October 28th at 6 p.m. We'll be at the Holiday Inn Express in Bridgeville. That's 3053 Washington Pike in Bridgeville. Don't forget, we have webinars every Wednesday, 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. All you have to do is call the number 888-818-6334. Our live advisors can help you sign up for that, or you can go online, click the seminars tab, register for the webinar. What will happen is 5 minutes before the webinar starts, you get a link in your email. Click that link, you'll go right to the webinar. 888-818-6334. If you want to work with us, never have before, call today.
You know, it seems like we anticipate, and then we're looking at that December end date. It goes by quickly.
It goes super fast. I always love annual enrollment period. I say it's like riding a wave. I'm not a surfer, but I've always imagined, you're trying to stay up on that wave as long as you can, and as an agent, you're just trying to go, 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 go. And then on December 8th, you crash into the water.
Or I'm on the beach going, go, Mark.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Listen, and I'm not just saying this because we do this show every week, but they are so professional. The office is so friendly. No high pressure. Any question is a good question. And the key is you don't pay anything. And that's something people still don't understand, but they get paid by the healthcare carriers, right?
Same price that you paid to listen to this show today, the same price you pay to go to our seminars, same price you pay even if you come to our office 15 times. It's the same price, $0.
Listen, no matter what anybody thinks, we still live in the greatest country in the world.
Absolutely.
And this Medicare gift that we get along with that Social Security check, two of the most incredible things anybody could ever hope for. And like Paul McCartney said when he wrote When I'm 64, he said, I was 26. I didn't understand it. But he said as I got to be 46 and 56, that song started to make a whole lot more sense. I understand so much. I've learned so much from this show. I navigate my life in a different direction now. And it's the little things that make a difference. And I've heard you guys change people's lives on this show.
Absolutely.
And stories that you've told me about how people literally brought to tears because you're giving them an opportunity to get great health care, have a little discretionary income, and live their life with peace of mind. And in the end, that's all anybody wants.
That's right. That's right. I mean, Rob, I hear stories all the time, people saying, well, I got to make a decision between my prescriptions or food. If that's a place you're in, you need to call us today because we'll help you figure out how to pay less for your prescriptions. You might be on the wrong plan. We might be able to find you a plan. You might qualify. Some people qualify for a plan that can help them get groceries. There's lots available. You just have to ask the questions. You have to work with the right people that have answers for your questions.
Well, the key point to that final statement, answers. They have answers. All you have to do is call.
That's it. 888-818-6334.
Well, I'll see you when we're taking the tinsel down, so you won't be back till after Christmas.
That's it. I won't be. But
enjoy.
I will. You too. Yeah.
And have a great little picnic today with your crew.
Yes, I'm looking forward to it. Going to have some fun.
There you go. All right, Mark, there he goes. Mr. Clark done for the day, but I'm not even close. I got the 11 o'clock. I got the 12 o'clock, and I've got so much more still to come, including next hour, all of those home improvement projects. The fall is here, fall planting and more. And, of course, we'll start working our way indoors because the weather will start to change and the days will get a whole lot shorter. That's the True Value Home Improvement Show. And that's right after Rob checks the news, which is 2.5 minutes away. You can start counting right now. We'll be back at your Pratt Pack.
The preceding was paid for by MediConnect. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Larry Richards on the streets of downtown Dublin. This is Ryan Wilkinson, and Ryan has a special connection to Pittsburgh. What is it?
I do. So I'm here with Permane Brothers. We're in Dublin. We're bringing the Permane Brothers love to Dublin. Greatest sandwich in the land, man.
Some point or another, somebody says, did you have it, Permane?
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas. The perfect place for moms.
Have a house you're ready to sell? Ryan Shalaba here with the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, and I want to make your next home sale the easiest one yet. Over a decade in business and 175 plus 5-star reviews, we've helped people in all different situations get the most money out of their house when they need it. We'll save you time, money, and stress, and we'll even help you move. Call 412-500-9057. We'll get you a cash offer in as little as 24 hours. That's 412-500-9057 or visit homebuyersofpittsburgh.com today.
Folds of Honor has been meeting sacrifice with hope since 2019 in Western Pennsylvania. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making the recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal as well as a 4 out of 4 stars ranking on Charity Navigator. You can become a Folds of Honor wingman today at westernpa.foldsofhonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
Beckett's amazing. He's a miracle child. In the mornings, he'll wake up and he'll roll the shades up and, Dada, it's time to get up. It's a bright, beautiful day.
He started getting dizzy. At the first of the year, he started going, I have to sit down, I'm dizzy, Mommy. A month after his 3rd birthday, he got diagnosed with ATRT brain cancer. All you can think of is, the kid's not gonna live. The fact that St. Jude doesn't bill is a godsend. And the fact that we don't have to ask for help here makes things a lot easier to go through what we have to go through with Beckett. The fact that they are researching and they are saving these children, it's so important. We wouldn't be where we are without St. Jude, and in turn, we wouldn't be where we are without those people that have donated. They're the reason why my son's still alive.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 65 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 10 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Pittsburgh police say a man was shot in the abdomen this morning in Homewood. Police say it happened around 7 this morning in the 7200 block of Felicia Way. Man was transported to the hospital in critical condition. A spokesperson for police say the victim is not cooperating with investigators. Multiple people were injured after a 2-vehicle crash in Murraysville. This happened Friday night around 11 o'clock at the intersection of Route 22 and Buena Vista Road. Some of the people in the cars were trapped before they were rescued. Those injured were taken to area hospitals. No word on their conditions this morning. A Butler County man already accused of sexually assaulting 3 boys is now facing a new accusation. According to a criminal complaint, Nathan Mitchell was charged Friday with indecent assault of a person less than 13 years of age, as well as corruption of minors. This comes after a 4th boy accused Mitchell of indecent assault after he had slept at Mitchell's house. A preliminary hearing for that case is scheduled for November. Mitchell, a former EMT and sports official, appeared in court earlier this month after being originally accused of sexually assaulting the 3 boys. Well, tonight's second preseason matchup between the Penguins and the Columbus Blue Jackets carries extra meaning for fans and marks the last chance to give the now retired franchise legend Marc-Andre Fleury a proper send-off. The beloved goaltender will take the ice for the Penguins one last time at PPG Paints Arena, and former teammate Tyler Kennedy tells the Pomp and Joe Show on 93.7 The Fan, don't be surprised to see Fleury return to the team in another capacity someday.
I think Mark's obviously at a time in his career that, he's got to have some aches and pains. Like, there's no way you're doing the splits for 20 years and doing all that crazy stuff and not having some lagging injuries. But is he going to be a part of the development of the Pittsburgh Penguins or part of the staff in some capacity? I would think they'd hope to bring him back.
Since joining Pittsburgh in 2003, Fleury helped the Penguins to win 3 Stanley Cups during their era of dominance. KDKA Radio News Time. It's 10:02. The AccuWeather forecast is on the way.
You don't marry someone you can live with. You marry the person you can't live without. This famous quote speaks wonders. Hi, this is Joe Urbanowitz of Urbanowitz Jewelers. For over 43 years, the Urbanowitz family has been helping couples get engaged. We have a huge inventory of designer lines and all the classics. Or we can custom design an engagement ring with natural or lab-grown diamonds to meet any budget. And now, during our anniversary sale, you can save hundreds, even thousands, on the ring of her dreams. Urbanowitz Jewelers in Peters Township.
Hello, this
This is Sarah Botkin, president of Botkin Family Wealth Management. It's been years since my dad Les, brother Lester, and I resigned from a Wall Street brokerage to open our family-owned investment firm. I felt energized about our new venture, but uncertain about our clients' reactions. Would they follow us or stay with a big Wall Street name? We were thrilled when the reaction was one of congratulation, and we've experienced tremendous growth since we opened our doors in 2015. People seek us out because they don't want to be lost in the shuffle of a huge company. Dad and I are certified financial planners, and Lester is a chartered financial analyst. We deliver big resources in a personalized environment where you're important to all of us. Firms turn over all the time. Advisors turn over. We don't. We're headquartered in the South Hills of Pittsburgh. We live here, and we work here in the building that we bought together. It's our family helping your family. Find out more at botkinfamilywealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
Who are the youth who lead with purpose, innovate with passion, and inspire everyone in your community? Junior Achievement in Western Pennsylvania is searching for their next class of exceptional young leaders for JA's 18 Under 18, presented by the EQT Foundation. Know a young person who is making an impact? Nominations are open for the 2026 class, ages 18 years or younger. Submit your nomination by September 30th to see them honored on February 3rd, 2026 at Acrisure Stadium. Nominate a young leader today at jawesternpa.org.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Look for clouds and sun today, maybe an afternoon and evening shower toward the Laurels with a high of 77, but it turns out clear with some fog developing late tonight with a low of 56. That leads to more sun than clouds and a very warm day tomorrow, high 85, with fog giving way to sun and some high clouds on Monday, high 83. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's time for the KDKA Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value. KDKA's Home Improvement Hour is an informational program sponsored by True Value. The information featured is intended solely to further the public's general knowledge about home improvement. Individual home improvement should be referred to your personal contractor. This is 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, 2 words, Jonathan Green. That's what we're going to be talking about now, because now is the time to plant that grass seed. I did it about, a week and a half ago. Mother Nature definitely came through, and the grass is now coming through too, so that's a good sign. So the guys from True Value are here, Paul R.C. Walters and Son. Mike is in Dublin, Ireland, enjoying a little bit of that Steelers football activity. And of course, Andy, your host, is here, and they've got a massive day underway right now at EV True Value. And that's where we begin. Andy.
Hey, Rob. Good morning. Yes, good morning, Pittsburgh. And my staff likes to call this their summer ween sale. So they have a combination of getting ready for Halloween and also an end of summer. So we got a big sidewalk sale going on today. So lots of stuff out. They moved outside from, lawn and garden stuff to hand tools to the air conditioners we had left to picnic supplies to who knows what. The sidewalk is full. Tables are stuffed with all sorts of, closeout and discontinued items for the sidewalk sale. Along with it, though, Rob, we decided to put all our Sniper, all our Harmony, all our Knockout, all our Swope's Honey, all our Lemon Brothers syrup, all those great things that people buy year-round, though. Those are also 20% off today. So great day to swing by and pick up a bottle of Sniper to spray your furnace filter to keep your family and your house safe and clean and free of germs. But along with the sidewalk sale, we're having a book sale. You know how I'm a huge advocate of the libraries. And, Rob, I was out in Beaver on Thursday talking to a whole bunch of your library directors and your library trustees and talking to them about all the fundraising we do for all the Allegheny County libraries. And they wanted some help and shot in the arm to raise funds for the libraries out in Beaver,
nice,
out in Rochester, out in all your neck of the woods. So it was funny. I barely got started, and this guy said, "Wait a minute, you're Rob's friend. I said, well, there you go. I know I'm in Beaver, so yes, that's Rob Pratt country. Well, I'm Rob's neighbor. I says, you poor soul. But it was nice being out at Beaver talking to all the directors of the libraries out there. But,
Nice.
we're having a book sale for the Bethel Park Public Library and Friends of the Bethel Park Public Library. So, multiple reasons to come out. Plus, we have our good friends at Ma and Pa's Country Kitchen. The barbecues are flowing. So he's there and he's serving lunch, and it's free. So free food. Lots and lots of books for, I think they're like $1 a piece for most of them, and all our special sidewalk sales. And, along with it, we're selling some 10-foot skeletons.
Nice.
So, and our skeleton on display has a Love Your Library shirt on it. So a True Value hat, a Love Your Library shirt. So we got some 5-foot skeletons, some 10-foot skeletons, lots of kids' games, free pumpkins. Thank you to Trax Farm. They donated a whole pallet of pumpkins to give away pumpkins to all the kids. Lots of kids' games, lots of free pumpkins. And we also have a company by the name of Worm Return. So if you're ever into those organic gardens and you have your worm casings and all your organic soils, go down and stop and see our friends from Worm Return. And also Brittany Hollick, State Farm Insurance Agent. She was underwriting the entire event because she loves the library as much as I do. So we have raffles, lots of Halloween decorations, and they're all on sale. And Sniper and Harmony, and it's our Summerween sale at EV True Value Hardware at 5779 Library Road in Bethel Park. If you need directions, call the store at 412-835-5780. And that's enough of my commercial for the day.
All right.
But Paul.
Yes, Paul.
R.C. Walters, Jonathan Green.
Yes.
It's that time of year. I know you do rent some aerators and thatchers. And,
Yes, I do. They've been on every day this week.
But
lots of grass seed sales.
Yeah, but like Rob was saying, the weather was in our favor this time.
Yes,
so
it has
a little
been.
bit of moisture, a little bit of good weather, and soils have softened up enough to get that aerator to plug the holes down in the ground. So
Absolutely.
it's a good weekend to get out there and plant.
And that was the great rain to have. We didn't have that hard downpour rain. We had a
Right.
nice, steady, light rain for almost a day and a half.
Yeah.
And then a little bit after that,
Yep,
it's
a couple
here or there.
inches of rain was very, very helpful to everyone's yard and all the golf courses.
But it didn't come down all at one time.
Right.
So it was that nice, slow rain that we really need to get down deep into the soil. And I got some stuff going on at our store also today. We also have some summer clearance items on sale.
Nice.
We got a nice patio set outside, nice travel patio set. We got a couple fire pits, a smokeless natural one, or wood one, and then we also have a propane fired one also. Some people like that propane version. You don't just go out there, turn a valve on, light it, and you're done.
Mm-hmm.
Some people prefer that. I also have my son AJ. He's out there cooking. We added a new product this past week, and that's the big green eggs.
Okay.
We have those in the store now for our outdoor patio people that want to really have a nice product. I didn't realize that they were lifetime guaranteed.
Yeah, they're good products.
Which is something out there. I mean, I understand. I know they're expensive, but if you go buy a new Weber every 5 or 10 years or whatever, that big green egg becomes quite viable when you realize it's a lifetime guarantee on
Pretty
that.
heavy, aren't they?
Oh, they're real heavy. But we had our training class on Wednesday, and AJ's out there cooking today, the first day on a green egg solo. I mean, he's been using the Weber, so he's out there cooking right now. So we're going to see how that goes. And my wife is up at the log cabin up in Green Oak. They're having their monthly little thing they do up there. They got reenactors up there and stuff like that. She's up there, supporting the community.
It's a beautiful day.
Yep, great day for that kind of stuff.
Yeah, so weather is doing good. And Rob, what else you doing besides some yard work?
Listen, I have been all in this year. This may be the most yard work I have done since I was doing it for my dad back in the day.
You use your new wheelbarrow yet? You get it dirty?
Listen, man, everything has been in the soil. Let's put it that way.
Nice.
But I must tell you, it's just so nice to see when you put that Jonathan Green down. And we just got like a smittens as far as rain. And as Paul mentioned, slow, steady, not a hard driving rain. And I literally looked out within days. It was up, man. Spectacular.
Well, this is time of year that we love Magic Hell and we love your soil. And once again, you have a healthy soil, you have a healthy yard. So it's a great time of year. We're basically into October now. Fall is here. The weather's turned, for the better, for the yards, for the gardens, and making that soil healthy, aerating, or, love your soil. We like to tease that it's an aerator in a bag. So it's going to organically help decompose that clay and open up the porousness of the soil and allow the moisture and allow the water to get down in there. So, planting grass, overseeding, and once you overseed, you got to let it, grow a couple weeks before you're running a lawnmower over it. But just make sure that grass seed is covered, whether you're using straw, whether you're using the mushroom manure, whether you're just using topsoil. So if you have big patches of the dead grass, you want to make sure you're removing that dead grass, loosening up the soil, getting that seed down, making sure that seed is covered, with a good inch of soil, because that's going to keep it insulated, and having some Magic Cow, some Love Your Soil, or even some starter fertilizer, even Milorganite starter fertilizer, organic versions. You really don't need the weed and feed. The weed and feeds are pretty much not that useful this time of year going into fall, because the weeds are going to be dead now in another month with the fall season. So the weed and feed only kills. It does not prevent weeds. So try using the organic foods, the Jonathan Green organic food, the Milorganite, or you can even use the winter survival, the fall fertilizers. But putting that down with the seed helps that seed to germinate quicker, faster, thicker, and it really is a boost to the seed as it's germinating itself. So, boy, it's a perfect day to get out there and do some yard work or do that driveway repair. And that way tomorrow morning when you're up at 9:30 watching the Steeler game, you'll have all that yard work done.
Yeah, by that time, I've already been up by 7 hours. So hopefully the Steelers will get a win. That's something I'm really hoping for tomorrow. All right, before we go to break, your store, where you're located, all the little nuances that people need to know about R.C. Walters. Go ahead.
Well, R.C. Walters & Sons, we've been in business since 1951. We're located on 1441 Boston Hollow Road. That is Route 48, just south of McKeesport, right by the Yacht Trail. If you need any more directions, our phone number is 412-751-5500.
Or the other stores, Rob, to make the show possible. We have 2 locations for Daniel's True Value. They are in Pleasant Hills, and they're also in the Hampton Plaza Allison Park itself. Then we have Mike's store, Sarver True Value, South Pike Road up in Sarver, PA. We have Slippery Rock Hardware, Grove City Road in Slippery Rock. We got Eddie's store, Piper Hardware and Supply up on Marshall Way in Mars. And, of course, Evie True Value in Bethel Park.
All right, so let's get going. You got some grass planting questions you want answered. Now's the time to call us. Any of those fall fix-up ideas, tips, tricks, information, product, you name it, we can handle it, but you have to call in. Now's the time. All of our lines are available. 866-391-1020.
Now more than ever, we're the station you can trust for the information you need. KDKA.
If you are new to Medicare and have questions, Aetna can help. Aetna has a Medicare Advantage plan that includes prescription drug coverage with a $0 monthly plan premium. Plus, the plan includes benefits like dental, vision, and hearing. Call Aetna today at 1-833-771-3415 to learn more. A licensed agent will answer your call.
Aetna Medicare is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our DSMPs also have contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plans depends on contract renewal. Plan features and availability may vary by service area.
Hey folks, it's Marty. NASCO Roofing, the region's roofing leader. Wow, they're good. They continue to exceed customer expectation. For instance, Charles from Bethel Park highly recommends NASCO. Charles was pleased with NASCO's exemplary customer service and the quality of their work. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Charles. Now's the time to get NASCO on your roof. Call NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO, NASCO.
This year's senior class is back at homecoming, reunited and protected with mNEXSpike, the new COVID-19 vaccine from Moderna for adults 65 and older. That's because these seniors know they face the highest risk of severe COVID. Mnexspike COVID-19 vaccine mRNA is a COVID-19 vaccine for people 65 and older and for 12 to 64-year-olds at high risk for severe COVID. You shouldn't get Mnexspike if you've had an allergic reaction to a previous Moderna COVID-19 vaccine. Rare cases of inflammation of the heart muscle and outer lining have been reported. Common side effects include pain at the injection site, tiredness, headache, muscle or joint pain, chills, nausea, vomiting, and underarm swelling or soreness. Mnexspike may not protect everyone. This year's senior class came ready with a COVID-19 vaccine that helps them keep showing up. Mnexspike from Moderna, here for the senior class. Visit mnexspike.com to schedule your vaccine today. That's mnexspike.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
The Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value.
All right, we're ready to go to the phones.
Yeah, lots of phone calls. We love it.
All right, Paul is here. Andy is here. Here's Forrest in Carnegie. Hey, Forrest, how are you?
Hey, good. I'm doing wonderfully.
Good.
Thank you. Hope you're doing well, too. Go Steelers.
Yep.
You forgot to mention one product which I bought for the first year from Jonathan Green.
Okay.
It's called Winter Survival.
Winter Survival, absolutely.
Yes, absolutely. It's the time of year to put it on, too.
Yeah, I'm waiting to have my lawn aerated.
Mm-hmm.
Then I'll overseed because I keep 2 bags of Black Beauty.
Perfect.
In my shop. So I believe in overseeding.
Yep.
But love your soil and all the other products. I use them religiously.
Good.
And it's not cheap stuff, but I tell you what, you get what you pay for. I had a guy 2 weeks ago from Blue Green stop at my house. He goes, "I'm not here to sell something. I'm here to ask, how do you take care of this yard?" And I showed him everything. He's like, "Wow."
Did he offer you a job?
No, I wouldn't do it. I'm retired. I am 64.
No. Now we do. We're very, very, very big fans of Jonathan Green, and their whole technology is beside, around healthy soil. And you got a healthy soil, you got a healthy yard. Instead of just feeding the grass constantly, make the soil healthy, and the grass is going to come right along with it and love you for it. So good job.
And not a lot of chemicals.
No.
Which I love because we have kids, grandchildren, and dogs.
Yep.
It's a safe product.
Yep.
Yes, absolutely.
Very, very organic. We do love the product.
All right, Forrest, thank you.
Thank you for the call.
Lawn questions, planting, grass, all that good stuff this time of year. Whatever's on your mind, 866-391-1020. Next stop, Ross Township. Here's John on KDKA. Hey, John.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
Hey, I'm in charge of taking care of 2 softball fields.
Okay.
And approximately each field the outfield is 200 by 200.
Okay.
For an estimate. And what's the best thing that I can do for these fields? I'm looking.
Okay.
I'm seeing like a ton of crabgrass,
right?
Other weeds, clover, and the deer droppings are everywhere.
I can't say much about what I can do to prevent the deer droppings.
That's a tough one.
Especially in a softball field itself. But understand with the Jonathan Green products, I do a lot of sports fields with it. We have a lot of larger contractors that buy pallet loads of the Jonathan Green product, and they buy it in the big bags, the 15,000 square foot bags. So, but crabgrass this time of year, you're pretty much done. There's not a whole lot you're going to do to kill the crabgrass you got left, understanding that all that crabgrass is going to die over the course of the winter. The crabgrass cannot survive in the cold weather. But what you can do is come spring, you could prevent the crabgrass from ever germinating. Crabgrass is very easy to prevent. It's very hard to kill once it takes hold. So I want to pull that crabgrass out of the equation of what you're dealing with this time of year in fall. But what you can do is you could start getting that field in better shape in the soil, in a healthier soil, so next year you have a lot less weeds and you have a lot more thick grass. And the number one product you want to use is called Magic Hell. And Magic Hell you can get in 15,000 square foot bags. So picking yourself up 4 bags of Magic Hell, you're going to cover that whole outfield, the big bags of it. And what Magic Hell will do, you do it now and you do it in spring, and you're going to raise the pH of the soil. When you get the pH of the soil up, your broadleaf weeds cannot survive in a high pH. They grow in a low pH. So that takes out all your ground ivy, your clover, and your dandelions. Cannot grow in a proper 6.5, 7 point of the pH. And you could put that product on the same day kids are playing on the field if you want, because it is completely organic. I wouldn't do it. I would do it on a day they're not playing on it, so it dissolves and works into the soil. But I'm emphasizing how safe of a product it is because it is totally organic, and the pH getting that increased in the soil, you're going to come in with spring having a thick green grass, and when the grass is thick and green, weeds aren't going to grow. So Magic Hell would be the number one item to do in sports fields.
Thank you. 2 other questions real quick.
Yep.
Right now that grass I haven't cut it in about going on 3 weeks now because it's in a dormant stage.
Right. Yes.
Should I cut it now and aerate and then put the Magic Hell down?
Yes. That would be the proper sequence. You want to cut it, then you want to aerate, then you could put the Magic Hell down and overseed if you're wishing to overseed, and all that could be done in the same day.
Okay, I appreciate all your advice. Thank you very much.
Yep, good luck. You're going to have a gorgeous field next year.
All right, 866-391-1020. Here is Karen, South Hills, up next on KDKA. Hey, Karen.
Oh, good morning, guys. Well, my question is, I have patio pavers that have the polymer sand, and some of it's eroding. Do you sell polymer sand, Andy, at the EV store?
We do. Absolutely, we do. It comes in containers. They're not bags. They're more or less mini buckets. But, yes, we do have the polymer sand. We carry it in 2 colors.
You have the gray?
The gray and the tan. Yep.
Great. Okay, the second question is, I was told that if I sealed my patio pavers, that would prevent the polymer sand from eroding.
It would definitely help, yeah.
It would help?
Absolutely.
Okay, so I was just afraid I didn't want it to get real slick that I might slip and fall.
No, with the paver, the sealer, it's the same we use on the concrete. It's the UGL Dry Lock. It comes in gallons or it comes in 5-gallon buckets, and you can get a flat finish or you can get a shiny finish. But even with the shiny finishes, the UGL product is a non-slip coating. So you could put it on, it'll cure in about 10 hours, 12 hours. You could have foot traffic on it. Car traffic is 24 hours on driveways, but it is a non-slip surface. Even if you like that, on a lot of patios, people like to have the gloss finish, the higher shine, because it looks pretty. The shine looks pretty itself, but even the gloss finish is a non-slip surface.
Oh, that's great. Now, would I have to power wash it before, or can I just... I would.
You don't... Okay, it needs cleaned. So I'll step back from saying power washing.
Could I just hose it off?
Correct. Just hose it off. The trick now is it has to be 100% dry. You don't want to put a sealer on it if there's still moisture trapped into the stones. So, I normally would recommend you clean it one day and then you seal it the next day. You generally don't want to clean it and seal it the same day because the water will be trapped into the stones, the pavers, or in the concrete driveway. So clean it and then let it dry 100% before you would seal it.
Okay, thank you so much, Andy. I'll be down your store to get that polymer sand and the sealer.
Wonderful. Thank you for calling. All righty.
All right, let's keep them going. Those lawn questions are a very popular item today. 866-391-1020. Any general home improvement will talk to you. We've got John and Robinson. We'll get to that person on the other side of the break, but we do have room for you at 866-391-1020. So what else should I be doing around the house this time of year? Got about a minute before the break. Paul.
Well, the best thing to do right now is you got to look at them gutters and those types of items. The leaves are starting to fall. The helicopters are coming out of the trees. Acorns are falling. All those things will clog up your gutters. So you need to keep an eye on that type of stuff. Also, your driveway, sealing your driveway, your patios, your asphalt, your concrete, your decks. Those are all things that you should be looking at right now.
And listen, if you're a first-time homeowner, you go in and you see Paul or Andy or any of our hosts or any of these great stores, simply say, look, this is my first fall heading into winter. What do I need to know? What product do I need to get? They can help you every step of the way. They are the experts. They are the pros, and they're a part of your community. So go visit them and get the job done right the first time. All right, 866-391-1020. John Robinson, you're coming up next. And we've got room for you, too. It's the True Value Home Improvement Show on KDKA.
House stealing. It's a nightmare that's real. It's the FBI's term for thieves stealing your home's title and draining your equity. Just one fake document filed with a recorder, and scammers can own your home on paper, drain your equity, and do it all without you even knowing. Imagine waking up to a foreclosure or eviction notice. Listen to former title thief Matt Cox.
What people don't realize is the ease in which this crime can happen. I can take the deed to your house and I can transfer that deed into my name. It's a great crime, and it's happening all the time.
So how can you stop the nightmare and protect yourself? Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO and get a 30-day free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Don't wait. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
Hey folks, it's Marty. Voss TV and Appliance has a huge selection of big brand names and prices you'll love. Third generation family business. Rick, Matt, the entire Voss team provides meaningful service that actually serves. They answer phones, show up on time, and truly care about their customers. It's old school service that matters, and you won't find it anywhere else. Visit Voss's South Hills showroom today. 412-650-VOSS, 412-650-VOSS. Love them. The lowest price is guaranteed. It's Marty Griffin. I have seen so much angst and anger these days that, you know what's overwhelmed me with joy and optimism? This Get Marty. The folks in this community that have stepped up. You can't help your neighbor if you hate your neighbor. Get Marty epitomizes that opportunity to help people, feed people, clothe people, educate people. If you need me, get Marty at KDKRadio.com.
Get Marty is presented by Phil DeLuceni and Associates, Levin Furniture, UPMC Health System, CNS Construction, John Keefe Restaurant Group of Oakmont, and by Robert Pierce and Associates. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 65 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 10:30. I'm Rob Taylor. A man was found shot in the abdomen in Homewood. Pittsburgh police say it happened this morning around 7 o'clock in the 7200 block of Felicia Way. Male was transported to the hospital in critical condition. So far, the victim is not cooperating with investigators, as according to a public safety spokesperson. A local congresswoman is denouncing the decision of the owners of the Waterfront Shopping Center at Homestead to eliminate bus stops very close to the entrances of Target and Giant Eagle. Summer Lee said in a statement Friday that removing the bus stops, quote, disregards the needs of thousands of riders, including seniors and people with disabilities. PRT says the decision is not their decision. It's the decision of the waterfront ownership. Bus stops will be moved to nearby Amity Street. Bus stops near the front entrances of Target and Giant Eagle are scheduled to be eliminated on October 19th. KDK Radio News Time is 10:31. Next updates at 11. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDK.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different.
Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Have you been told there is nothing that can be done for your neuropathy? Tri-State Neuropathy Centers is pleased to tell you that's not true. As one of the largest and most successful neuropathy treatment practices in the country, Tri-State Neuropathy Centers has grown to 9 regional centers and helped over 14,000 patients, like Bill from Mars. Bill's neuropathy got so bad he couldn't sleep due to the pain and was losing his balance, causing him to have frequent falls. Then Bill found Tri-State Neuropathy Centers. Their effective FDA-approved treatment program greatly improved Bill's neuropathy, and now he's sleeping through the night, can feel his feet again, and has no more pain. Listen to Bill's complete story at marydanston.com. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers help Bill along with thousands of others. Let them help you next. Call 724-940-9000. That's 724-940-9000. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, the leader in treating peripheral neuropathy.
Fabulous fall favorites at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. Celebrate Oktoberfest at Coons. German skinless bratwurst with sauerkraut, $7.99 a pound. Authentic potato pancakes, $1.59 each. Wonder Bar German-style bologna is $3.99 a pound. And from our bakery, marble rye bread, $3.50 a loaf. As always, save with our Coons Reward Card. All natural fresh whole fryer chickens, 99 cents a pound. Honeycrisp apples, 99 cents a pound. And selected varieties of Hostess donuts, 9.5 to 10.75 ounce bags, 2 for $3. Additional savings in our meat department. Lean and tender pork shoulder steaks or roast, $2.99 a pound. In our produce department, fresh pressed apple cider, half-gallon jugs, $3.99 each. And this week, selected varieties of Di Fratelli tomatoes, sloppy joe, or pizza sauce. 15-ounce cans, 5 for $5.
That's Coons Market. Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings clouds and some sunshine, perhaps an afternoon and evening shower toward the Laurels with a high of 77, but expect a clear finish tonight with some fog late and a low of 56, followed by a warmer day tomorrow with more sunshine than clouds and a high of 85, with sun and some clouds for Monday, high 83. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following program is paid for by True Value.
The Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value.
All right, we're back with Paul, we're back with Andy, and we'd love to hear from you. So John in Robinson Township wants to talk to us. Thank you for holding on, and what's your question, sir?
Yeah, I listen to you fellows every week. Very informative.
Thank you.
When I went into my storage shed this past week, I noticed about a dozen spiders, fairly big size. Yeah.
Well, tell your wife to go in and kill them for you.
Yeah, I know. She's definitely afraid of any kind of bugs. But is there a species of spiders called wolfpack? The body of the spider looked to be about a quarter size body.
Mm-hmm.
But my question is, I bought a 3-pack of a fogger.
Okay.
And it says on it to use one fogger at a time.
Correct.
And the shed's 12 by 12.
Yeah, one can would be plenty.
One can would be plenty.
Okay. There's a loft in the shed,
Okay.
so and it says to elevate the can, which I'm going to. So just use one can at a time.
Yeah.
And then okay.
Yeah. Chances are the one can will fumigate the entire shed, and it's going to kill all the insects. It's not that you're going to have to use all three and do them simultaneously, one after the other or something. But, the square footage-wise, that one can is more than enough to fog that entire shed. And when they say elevate it, they don't want the can sitting on the floor because it's not going to spread enough. So you want to keep it, like a countertop height, 3-4 feet off of the ground. You put the can when you set it off. That way the fumigation will travel everywhere. And try and do it on a day that's not too windy, because shed's going to be very not wind tight, so you don't want to lose the chemical outside the shed. So if you do it on a calmer day, you're going to keep more of the fumigation inside the shed than outside.
Okay, I noticed there's a slight breeze today, maybe a couple 3 mile an hour. Is it okay to do it today?
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just saying the calmer it is, the better it is for killing insects in the shed.
Okay, and is there any? It's the shed's right up against the wooded area.
Okay,
and
you're always going to have the spiders.
Yeah, so is that something I just need to look out for every so often?
Yeah, I mean, their rescue industries makes spider traps, which work really well. If you wanted to set some spider traps out throughout the rest of the season or the year or so forth, but I'd say once or twice a year, if you're building up more and more spiders, you can set off one of those foggers and it'll eradicate them. But understand the spiders are eating all the other insects. So spiders are good guys, even though a lot of people are very fearful of them and they don't want to get bit by them, and some people are allergic to some of the spider bites. I understand all of that, but understand spiders are some of the good guys, not the bad guys, other than they scare the crap out of you. You have a spider, it's eating probably 50 insects a day. Getting caught in its web and eating all the mosquitoes and gnats and everything on it. They're big at eating mosquitoes. So understand, you want to get rid of the spiders, and you don't like walking in the shed and getting a face full of cobwebs and seeing the big boys out there, the big spiders. They're very scary, but do understand and appreciate that they're eating all the other bugs that are in your shed.
Okay, thanks for your information.
All right, happy hunting.
That's like a 24-hour buffet, man.
Yeah, they're doing a good job.
Have you ever thought, you're out doing something and you see that moth or somebody who just got caught?
Yeah.
And you wonder if they realize their fate has been sealed.
Yeah.
And why do you think they created Spider-Man? Good guy.
Good guy.
All right, here's Gloria in Brackenridge. Hey, Gloria. Hey, you're going to take this question, Paul.
Okay.
Go ahead, Gloria.
Hi. You guys are so cute.
Thanks.
I'm having a problem with, I have a side porch, and I'm trying to paint the steps, and there's cement, and I have used buku different kind of paints on it, maybe oil and not the right kind. This time I painted them, and it's starting to lift. What can I put on cement steps to paint them?
Well, I have one question for you first. Is there existing old paint on there now that the paint's not sticking to that you're putting on, or is it bare concrete?
It was pretty much bare concrete when I painted it, and it's still lifted.
Now, is it lifting off in sheets, or is it just coming off as it's not sticking well? What's the problem there? I mean, is it like just big sheets of it peeling off?
Well, my beautiful German Shepherd steps on it, and she plays tennis ball, with the ball, and her paws are hitting it. So that don't help. But it's just peeling in a round circle spot, and it's eventually going to come off.
Okay, so we're having a sticking issue. Now, the biggest problem I have with painting the concrete steps now is most of the paints that we have out there now are all water-based urethane fortified enamels. So they are a water-based paint. The biggest issue we have is when you do put those paints on, they have to pretty much stay without sitting water on them for at least a week after you apply the paint to make sure that it adheres properly. And what I mean by that is if we get a light rain or we get something like that, as long as it's swept off and dried in a very timely manner, it's not an issue. But if the water is allowed to lay and puddle on your steps after you apply the paint, it will re-solidify for that first week or so. I've run into that problem with numerous people before, and it sounds like you're having more of an issue of the water coming up from behind the paint causing it to peel off, if that makes sense to you.
Hey, can I tell you something?
Sure.
Those nice spiders are catching them lanternflies, and I think it's so cool.
They do like these
spiders do eat spotted lanternflies.
Yes, they do.
Absolutely, they do.
Yes, they do.
So that's a good
You know
point.
what? They keep that lanternfly in there for hours and days, and it just sits there.
Yep, till they get hungry.
Mm-hmm.
They do.
Oh, okay.
Kind of like a refrigerator, you know?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you so much.
All righty, have a great day now.
You know, somebody once told me about polar bears. You know, they're the only, they hunt humans. But what they do, they have a little bit and they put you like on an iceberg and come back and enjoy you like later. So it's like that refrigerator thing. They know what to do. They know what to do. But I got to tell you, nature is absolutely fascinating.
Oh, my gosh, yes. I love nature. I love everything about it. And, everyone has their spot on Earth. So spiders included.
You know, isn't it
snakes.
amazing? Spiders never bother me. Certain things. What bothers you? Is there anything that bothers you? The snakes don't bother me. I don't like rats. I don't like rats. Mice I can handle.
Yeah, I
How
guess.
about you?
Well, I'll answer that. Most of them don't bother me, but like when you're walking in the woods or something and you put your foot next to a snake, yeah, you do jump because you didn't see it. It's not that you're scared of it. You didn't see it.
I'll tell you what absolutely petrifies me. And I have a friend who lives in Montana. I tell him all the time, I'm never coming to see you. And if I do, I'm not leaving the house. Grizzly bears frighten me to death. I mean, listen, if you're in an open field and that grizzly bear is 100 yards away and gets the scent of you downwind and they're coming out of hibernation, you're done. I don't care how fast, what you think you can do. Even if you have a high-powered rifle, you're going to get one shot off. You better make sure that you hit that bear dead on. You
don't want to make it mad.
No. Nice bear. But, I mean, they can run like 40 miles an hour.
Right.
They're 1,000 pounds. Mm-hmm. I mean, 6'11", whatever, on their hind legs. I mean, and I actually saw some footage of their claws the other day.
They're big.
They're huge.
I guess we're going to have to send Rob. I'm going to call AAA and
never
send you to Alaska for a week to go bears.
I want to go to a beach or a pub in Ireland. That's it. All right, short break. We'll come back. Give us a call.
All righty.
866-391. So they actually lanternflies.
Yes. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Spiders do a very good job of it.
That's a good thing.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. When Mary and I were down in D.C. a couple weeks ago to see our daughter, spotted lanternflies were everywhere.
They are annoying.
I mean, thousands and thousands. They're as bad as what we had, I guess, about 2 years ago. But, so they're working their way around the country. And around here in southwest Pennsylvania, the natural predators have already know of them and are eating them, like spiders.
Is that why
so
stink bugs are pretty much
stink bugs, they have natural predators now. Even the birds and so forth are eating the stink bugs. So we just don't, they're out there. It's just we don't see them as much because they're natural predators. Down in D.C. and areas south, the Mother Nature down there hasn't become familiar enough with them. So they just aren't eating them like they are here. But
once they figure it out,
once they figure it out, they're just regular lunch.
My goodness.
Just like your grizzly bears and you.
Oh,
who's coming in from AAA next hour?
I think it's Andrea.
Andrea. So, Andrea, we got to send Rob to grizzly bear country.
Everybody else is in Ireland. I mean, I think everybody I know is in Ireland.
Yeah, I got a lot of friends there.
All right, short break. We'll come back. Take some more calls on the other side. Stay with us.
The KDKA Mobile News Fleet is driven by Jim Shorkey Kia, North Huntington and Wexford. JimShorkeyKia.com.
Hey folks, it's Marty. Football season's here. My friends at Coit set to tackle the dirt in your home. Amazing deals right now. 50% off drapery cleaning, 35% off all other Coit cleaning services. Their full-service drapery cleaning, unmatched, takedown, cleaning, rehanging. Call Coit today, 1-800-FOR-COIT, 1-800-FOR-COIT. 50% off drapery cleaning, 35% off all other Coit services. Call Coit, Pittsburgh's premier cleaning services.
Americans spend $66 billion on weight loss products and services each year. And you know what? Right here in our hometown, Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Bitchoff has helped thousands of people do just that. Lose weight, keep it off. In fact, he's been helping people take back control of their lives for more than 20 years here in Pittsburgh at the PA Hypnosis Center. You have an opportunity to do the same. Are you battling anxiety? So many people are. He can help you with that. If you want to quit smoking, Dan Bitchoff is the call you should make at the PA Hypnosis Center today. Schedule your pre-consultation at 724-934-8446, 724-934-8446. Dan can help you reach your goal with a 98% success guarantee. 724-934-8446. Call now.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell and Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value.
All right, 866-391-1020. Let's get back to Jonathan Green. Let's go over some of the great brands and things we talk about when it comes to Jonathan Green, Magic Cal, and more. Love your soil. We love what they do, and this is the time of year to stock up on it at True Value.
No, absolutely. And, Paul, Mike, Ed, we all agree that Black Beauty Ultra is our favorite seed out of the Jonathan Green products, but Jonathan Green makes a whole line of different grass seeds. The Black Beauty Ultra is the one that grows 4 feet deep, and that's right, 4 feet, not 4 inches, so it's pretty much a drought-resistant type of seed, but they also make, Jonathan Green also has a Penn State blend, they have a sun blend, they have a shade blend, sun and light shade, they have a fall blend. There's all sorts of different blends, and it all depends on the amount of fescue that's in it, the amount of bluegrass that's in it, the amount of rye seed, perennial rye seed, and so forth. So coming into us, going into Paul's store and saying, this is what I got. This is what my yard, this is how much shade I got. These are the types of trees I have. It really helps us determine what is the best seed blend for you in your area and what you're doing. But understanding the healthier the soil is, the better your seed is going to germinate and the better your seed is going to survive. So aerating, seeding, putting Magic Cal down, whether using the winterizer or a sod seed starter, fertilizer, there's a lot of steps that we can go through to help you with your project, whether you're doing an entire yard or just doing some spot seeding on it. And Paul, I know you probably have just as many customers that will come in and show you a picture and say, look at what I got.
Absolutely. Like we just had a house or a nice lady came in the other day, and she just had her whole yard reseeded.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and we sold her 3 different types of grass seed for our house.
Yeah,
because she had the section between 2 houses where only gets a very short amount of sunlight every day, direct sunlight. So we sold her a dense shade mix for that because
that's an amazing blend,
right? Because it doesn't get hardly any direct sunlight. And then for the majority of her yard, we sold her a contractor mix, which is a very good general purpose grass seed that Jonathan Green makes, which she put in her backyard, and then she used the Ultra Black Beauty in the front.
Yep.
So I mean, you don't have to go the most expensive grass seed in the entire yard. You buy what is important for those specific sections, and then like her actual application, they just had topsoil delivered, but I had them bring me down soil. We tested the soil for the pH level. They were low on pH, and I strongly suggested, and they did buy several bags of the Magic Cal,
right,
which they put down.
Because even with brand new soils,
right,
the soil has low pH to it.
Well, you also have to remember they're only putting down in that situation maybe an inch of topsoil, and right below that is our really bad clay,
Southwest Pennsylvania clay, you mean?
PA soil that we have everywhere. So as soon as that seed grows down through that topsoil, it's into that not so great soil.
Right.
So I've explained to them, hey, we're going to have to use the Magic Cal down. I'm going to recommend putting that down now. We're going to have to probably do that again in the spring, because if you take care of that pH level, you don't have to worry about the weeds as much. I mean, when you say that pH level prevents weeds, that's an understatement.
Yeah.
I mean, you get that quality soil there. you don't have the weed problem that you do. You got a spot weed problem where you might get a weed here or there. You don't have a yard of weeds. I mean, that is what Jonathan Green's based on. They don't want to sell you a chemical herbicide. They want you to have good soil to prevent those weeds.
Yeah, in another year, we're going to have Rob Pratt's house to be the centerpiece of Beaver County that people are going to drive by just to say, wow, that's Rob's house. And he's doing all the work himself now. He's cutting the grass. He's putting the seed down, the fertilizer. I'm waiting for the day that he has to take his vacuum cleaner out to the yard. You know, because he's had OCD on that stuff. So,
Andy.
Yes, Rob.
If you only knew. It's terrible.
When you have someone from Oakmont driving by and they look at his yard and go, "Hey, you know what?
That could be another putting green."
Yeah, we could have another putting green. Maybe we need to get Rob in and tell us how to put 19
I have gotten. Something has happened to me in the last 10 years. I wash my own car now. I was washing my own car in between appointments yesterday. I mean, I went through a little car wash, but I only went through it because they have free vacuum. But I got the tires shine out. I stopped at Big Lots and I'm buying all this stuff. I used to always do this stuff, but I never did that stuff around my house. But I got to tell you, it's exhausting, especially if you have that thing that you got to do things more times than not because you're a stickler for detail. But it's satisfying when you do it.
Mm-hmm.
It just makes you feel good.
We brought you another bag of Jonathan Green Ultra, so you could overseed your yard. I know you just did it a couple weeks ago.
I did.
But I know you, and I know after this weather,
right?
So you could do it again, and you put down your Magic Hell, and you're getting there. I'm really proud of you.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. I got rid of all the clutter, all the excess stuff, the bushes that really were half dead, what have you, even some stumps. And it's amazing what a little bit of time and effort can do. I was actually showing my daughter yesterday. It's nice to see things come to life, you know?
Yeah, you take pride in your yard.
I do. But the best part about my yard, and I never grew up with one, I ended up getting that little fence. And, you always think to yourself, do I really need a fence? It really does. It makes the whole yard completely different.
Yeah.
Have that little privacy thing going on.
Absolutely on it.
How about some of the decks that people build?
Gorgeous, stunning.
But man,
big,
that's a lot of work.
Yeah, but it's a lot of pleasure to sit out on a deck, whether it's a covered deck or an open deck. And
how about a concrete slab like we used to do as kids? Everybody was happy. My neighbor put just a concrete slab in, Paul, and put some deck chairs around it, and they hang out all the time.
Well, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, that's perfectly fine. Now they're doing the fire pits outside where they're building.
Big.
They're putting the stone fire pit in the middle, made out of block, and they're putting the fine pea gravel all around it with a seating area. I mean, and that they're 10, 15 feet across. That's basically what you're saying. It's the modern version of that concrete patio that we all remember when we were younger. And outdoor living.
And these burners are nothing more than old tree stumps that my dad used to set on fire, and we would get the marshmallows.
Yeah, well, they're a little bit beyond that now. I mean, they got these smokeless ones out there now. They got ones that are propane powered, that hook up to your propane tank. And there's reasons for having that. I mean, if you're busy and you don't have 4 or 5 hours to go out and sit around the fire, you get one of those propane ones and you just light it. It's on. You're done. You turn it off. We'll go back in the house.
All right, Andy. Big day today.
Yeah, today's a really big day. I hope everyone out in any part of Pittsburgh might take a drive out to EV True Value Hardware today. We're having our summer ween sale, and along with a pretty big sidewalk sale, we're having a fundraising book sale for the Bethel Park Public Library and Friends of the Library. So you could pick up lots of books. We got our big tent up full of books, but also another tent up with some table sitting areas so you can enjoy all the food this afternoon until 2 o'clock from Mom and Pa's Country Kitchen. A lot of great barbecue food out there. And we have a lot of kids' games. So kids can come and decorate pumpkins or have a lot of fun. And thank you to Trax Farm, who donated a whole pallet of small pumpkins for the kids to play with. And they could also pick up any of their Sniper and Harmony and other products at drastically reduced prices today at EV True Value. and that's at 5779 Library Road in Bethel Park.
And along with R.C. Walters & Son, these stores, quickly.
Absolutely. We have Piper Hardware. We have Slippery Rock True Value, R.C. Walters & Sons, Paul Store, Sarver True Value, and a couple locations of Daniel's True Value Hardware.
All right, guys, great job. Enjoy the rest of your day. I'm not done yet. We've got AAA Essentials Talking Travel, and then the case of the carbolic smoke ball. That's all coming up in the noon hour. Stay with us.
The proceeding was paid for by True Value. Information on the program was intended solely to further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Larry Richards on the streets downtown Dublin. This is Ryan Wilkinson, and Ryan has a special connection to Pittsburgh. What is it?
I do. So I'm here with Permane Brothers. We're in Dublin. We're bringing the Permane Brothers love to Dublin. Greatest sandwich in the land, man.
Some point or another, somebody says, did you have it, Permane?
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's creoninfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 65 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 11 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Pittsburgh police say a man was found shot in the abdomen this morning in Homewood. It happened around 7 o'clock this morning in the 7200 block of Felicia Way. Man was transported to the hospital in critical condition. A spokesperson says the victim is not cooperating with investigators. Multiple people were injured after a two-vehicle crash late Friday night in Murraysville. That crash happened around 11 o'clock on Route 22 near Buena Vista Road. Some of the people in the cars were trapped inside before they were rescued. Those injured were taken to area hospitals. No word on their conditions this morning. Well, Butler County man, already accused of sexually assaulting 3 boys, is now facing a new accusation. According to a criminal complaint, Nathan Mitchell was charged on Friday with indecent assault of a person less than 13 years of age, as well as corruption of minors. This comes after a 4th boy accused Mitchell of indecent assault after he had slept at Mitchell's house. Preliminary hearing for Mitchell is scheduled for November in that case. Meanwhile, Mitchell, a former EMT and sports official, appeared in court earlier this month after being originally accused of sexually assaulting 3 boys. Well, Well, a resident of a Penn Township retirement home is facing criminal charges after he allegedly made lewd remarks and sexually assaulted workers at the facility. The Westmoreland County DA's office says 67-year-old Henry Davis made sexually suggestive remarks to one worker who was drawing blood from him at the William Penn Care Center. They also say he grabbed a second victim in her pelvis while she was helping him out of his wheelchair last month. Davis is due in court in October. It's that time of year when you may be tempted to put on your desk a candle with the scent of pumpkin spice, gingerbread, or sugar cookies. But as News Radio KDKA's David Ballarado reports, a local expert says you can have too much of a good thing.
Dr. Marion Reeven of West Virginia University School of Nursing says while such holiday scents may trigger feelings of nostalgia, they're best enjoyed in small doses.
There is research that says that if we're going to share our aromas with people, that we should probably only be diffusing them for a short amount of time.
Ideally less than an hour. Otherwise, it could lead to acute conditions like asthma or headaches. Reeven also says you should look more for natural sources versus synthetic, and suggests one option might be a natural scent inhaler that would give you the nostalgic sense without the long-term exposure risks. David Ballarado, News Radio, KDKA.
KDKA Radio News Time is 11:03. The AccuWeather forecast next.
Hi, this is Les Botkin of Botkin Family Wealth Management. Every week I change the message on our building sign, and one of my favorites is you're never too old to set another goal or dream a new dream. It's so true. I was 63 on the day my daughter Sarah, son Lester, and I realized a big new dream. We opened the doors to our family-owned investment firm. I'd grown increasingly dissatisfied at our Wall Street brokerage, pressured by the priorities of a big firm. We craved a more intimate environment where we could focus on what matters most. Relationships with our clients. Sarah and I are certified financial planners, and Lester is a chartered financial analyst. We deliver big resources in a personalized environment where you're important to all of us. Firms turn over all the time. Advisors turn over. We don't. We're headquartered in the South Hills of Pittsburgh. We live here and we work here in the building that we bought together. It's our family helping your family. Find out more at botkinfamilywealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
Have you been diagnosed with metastatic prostate cancer? You may qualify for a clinical trial studying an investigational therapy designed to activate your immune system to fight cancer throughout the body. If your prostate cancer has spread and you've received prior hormone therapy, you may be eligible. Take the next step in your fight. Visit Legion100trial.com to learn more or call 1-888-636-5344. That's Legion100trial.com or 1-888-636-5344.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
For the afternoon, we'll see clouds and some sun. Can't rule out a sprinkle. High 77. Partly cloudy, fog late, low 56 tonight. Tomorrow and Monday, very warm with some sunshine, mid-80s. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Bill Dager, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
The following program, Talking Travel, is sponsored by AAA Travel Agency. All information provided on this program is supplied by AAA. News Radio KDKA cannot guarantee the accuracy of the information, nor do we warrant the price, availability, or quality of the travel services discussed. If you're planning a getaway, go with the folks who know travel. We're Talking Travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA. If you're planning a getaway, go with the folks who know travel. We're Talking Travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
I just want to make everybody think positive thoughts and rest easy. Despite just about everybody from AAA being in Ireland, all of our offices are open, so no worries. We have the place fully staffed, but I swear there's like nobody in our building. Everybody that I know who's connected with travel or this radio station is in Dublin, Ireland.
Oh, my gosh. I look at their videos that they're posting. It looks like Steeler country there. I don't know where all the Vikings fans are or if they're in a separate area of Dublin, but
it looks
so cool.
It looks crazy. Could you imagine if they were drinking? I love it. Listen, Alicia, Brandon, Marita, I actually was going to try to do a little hookup Zoom with them, but Wi-Fi, this and that, it's a mess.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. They did. Larry Richard did have them on the show, I think yesterday,
He
and
did.
Marita was on there, and they were so complimentary of AAA, and so it's a really great trip out there. I hope everyone's having fun.
You know, you never see a leprechaun and Larry Richard in the same room at the same time. I think Larry actually is a leprechaun. He just never told anybody. But what an amazing, amazing treat and a wonderful opportunity. And AAA East Central got everybody there, happy, planefuls, hotel rooms, and just some of these pubs. And it really kind of looks like Bloomfield in a way. You know what I mean?
It does. It is so cool. And we have about 200 of our members over there. We had to book 3 different hotels. We have tours set up for them. We have a tailgate party. I mean, they are going to have a time of their life.
A tailgate party?
Yeah.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, 5 hours difference. So we 9:30 here, 2:30 there. Tomorrow they kick off in court. So it's a really big. This is a big deal.
It is a big deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that stadium's huge. I've seen pictures of the stadium. It's going to be filled with black and gold.
Listen, all I can say is I'm a teetotaler, and 1 pint of Guinness I'd have been on the floor.
Oh my gosh! Every time I look at someone, they have Guinness. It just looks so gross to me. I don't like that.
Well, listen, it's good, but you got to be like Jason Momoa or like my son who looks just like him, 6'6", 260, and could do anything. I have never seen, and I love promoting brands. Everywhere you look, there's Guinness or Jameson whiskey.
Yeah, that's it. I didn't even see another option. So
you and your hubby Mark, he's in the building. You're both wearing green too. Do you realize that?
Yeah.
But isn't it? Listen, the great thing about this, and I'm not saying it couldn't have been done. You realize these fans couldn't be there without AAA.
They couldn't be.
They made it happen.
Yeah, we set this up for them, and I don't know. They're in for a ride. I can't wait to hear all about it once they get home.
So have you been to Ireland?
I have not. And it's really not that far of a plane ride. It's probably like 6.5 hours or so.
That's it?
Yeah, not bad at all.
Well, I have a feeling this will not be the last time the Steelers will be in Ireland.
Yeah, I have a feeling it's not either.
Now Mark is a former football player at West Mifflin. Now he's in that teaching world. But he was talking about when they got to the championship game against Chirpak, Billy Chirpak, my good friend from Thomas Jefferson back in the day. I do know one thing. The Steelers and Ireland, because of the late, great, my dear friend Dan Rooney, that family, if there was ever a perfect name for the sport that we love so much to be in Ireland playing football, it's the Pittsburgh Steelers, right?
Yes, it's so amazing. And like I said, every picture I see is black and gold. So I don't know. I don't know where these Viking fans are.
Listen, Mark, just to give you an idea how much Dan Rooney loved football. He would call me. Now, I'm nobody, okay? He would say, come over. So I'd go over to Three Rivers to the offices, and we would go in his office, and all he wanted to talk about with everything going on was high school, because he knew I was connected to it, and he played quarterback at North Catholic. He wanted to talk about high school football. He loved high school football.
Oh, wow. I didn't know this.
No, really a cool guy. Actually let me in our old Rainbow machine, which was like an RV, broadcast on the 50-yard line when it was soon to be Heinz Field. It wasn't open yet. And we did, which is now my Coons Market Black and Gold Sunday show. And it was so surreal because it was him and Pat's anniversary. So I got him an anniversary cake from Jenny Lee. And I'm like, if my dad were here, nobody would believe this. I'm like sitting on the air with Dan Rooney, and he was just a humble guy, became ambassador to Ireland, and if there was anybody who would have been happy to see this, it would have been him, but I'm sure he does see it. But this is something to really get excited about. But again, being connected to AAA, too, knowing that AAA really made this possible. And you could see the smiles on these people on that plane, just couldn't wait to get there.
Yes, we sent them green terrible towels, so they were ready to go.
Green terrible towels?
Yes, we had green terrible towels, so each person that purchased our package got one of those, along with travel documents, of course, the football ticket, our tailgate party, hotel, round-trip flights. I mean, it's the trip of a lifetime.
See, Mark, I've been hosting the show for 30 years. Like, you think I could have got a towel?
We'll work that out for you. Let's see if we can get you one.
I mean,
I didn't even get one. I said to Alicia, no, I said, can I have a towel? She was like, yeah, if we have extra. I don't know where they went.
So can I ask, because I was going to reach out to our lovable friend, who actually helped put this tour together with you guys?
It was AAA Featured Vacations, our team there. We have a wonderful team made up of, I don't know, probably like 8 travel agents. They put this all together. They sold it all. Of course, our reservation center, 1-800-354-8761 if you want any trips to Ireland.
What airline?
There were a couple. I think some were on, Marita was Air Canada. I think Alicia was American.
Nice.
They were all on different airlines to make sure there was a representative from AAA on each of the flights. So,
And speaking of airlines, Monday night on my show, this coming Monday in just 2 days, Paul Hoback, who's been basically the guy putting all the pieces in place for the new airport. So he's a project manager. He will be with me. And I was just there doing a video not too long ago in the old airport, which still looks pretty amazing to me. So a lot of good things happening.
yeah, there is. Pittsburgh's big.
But not. And by the way, if you're wondering where your neighbors are, they're in Ireland.
Yeah, everyone's in Ireland.
I mean-
there was no traffic on the way. Everyone's in Ireland.
So everybody thinks people in entertainment live this great life. So, Mark, basically, I'm either here in my basement doing videos, okay? So the last couple of days, I'm looking at Alicia's stuff and Marita's stuff and Larry's stuff, and I'm thinking, how sad is this middle-aged man in his basement living his life vicariously through others? But I've enjoyed every minute of it.
Me too. Me too. They're sending me pictures, and I'm like, I'm so mad at you guys.
But AAA, my AAA made it possible. I mean, you understand, there are people, Mark can attest to this, you can attest to this, that are diehard Steeler fans.
Yes.
This is something they've been waiting for forever. And they're on that plane with their Steeler gear on, and they're in Dublin, Ireland, drinking a pint of Guinness, saying, if I have one more of these, I'll never make it to the game.
I know. Every day you see everyone just drinking beer. I'm like, how are they waking up the next day?
Listen, you wake up. Can you imagine though being in one of these pubs just talking to Steeler fans?
I know. It's crazy.
And listen, it's going to be exciting, and I'm really looking forward to it. We're going to take a break. We'll come back on the other side. We've got some really interesting itineraries for you. What's happening at AAA? Got about a minute and a half for the break. Let's talk memberships. What's going on?
So we have membership specials. So if you want to check those out, 1-800-354-8761. Of course, our auto insurance. We have, if you go onto AAA.com, you could get a quote. You can also get discounts on clothing, restaurants, theme park tickets. There's so much that your AAA card can do for you. And of course, our towing. And that's, honestly, I have a brand new car, but I use my AAA card because it is so easy that we have an app now on our AAA app. You could track the tow truck driver. It's really cool. So check all that out.
So I saw my daughter for the first time in 10 years. She never comes around. But anyway, she came over the other day to help her dad out with something. She's 24 years old. And I said, do me a favor. Are you putting a little bit aside for your car insurance? Because you always hit me up in July for like a big chunk of cash, okay? She goes, yes, I am. I said, but here's a better thought. You live in Rochester. Right there on Adams Street, there's a AAA office. Here's the number. Call and get a quote tomorrow.
Yeah.
I actually think she's going to do that, which is a good thing.
Good.
All right, short break. We'll come back. She is Andrew Benacki. Her husband is here. I'm here. This is AAA Central's Talking Travel. Next hour, the case of the carbolic smoke bomb. What's it all about? I guess you're going to have to stay tuned. It's your Pratt Pack today on KDKA.
Your source for official traffic information. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Enjoy a magical voyage to Alaska with AAA and Holland America Cruise Line. Experience more of Alaska when you choose a land and sea cruise tour. Hear the thunder of bright blue glaciers calving into the ocean. Admire majestic mountains towering over sparkling lakes. And witness wildlife roaming through untouched wilderness. There's a reason the Great Land is on so many travelers' must-see lists. Sail along the breathtaking Alaskan coast. Stop in Gold Rush era ports. Discover history and taste local flavors. An Alaskan vacation has something for everyone. And it's the perfect way to create lifelong memories with family and friends. AAA is offering 3 different departures beginning June 2026. Choose a 12-night or 14-night adventure with extra time on land to explore even more. Now is the time to start dreaming of your Alaska experience. Call AAA at 1-800-354-8761 or visit your local branch today.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248 today.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
We're talking travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, so Andrew, we're back. Where would you like to begin?
So we're going to start at the historic Southern Coast. I have a couple different trips. We're talking about Dublin and all these places that we go out of the country. But let's talk about what we do right here in the USA. So if you don't want to travel, you don't have a passport, you don't want to get on a flight that takes 6 to 8 hours to get to, we have trips right here in the U.S. that we can offer you. So this one's the historic Southern Coast. This one takes you to St. Augustine, Florida. It goes to Jekyll Island, St. Simon Island, Savannah, Georgia. So there is a lot of places that this one goes to. It also includes your, so it's the land only. So if you want to do flights, you can go in before, you can go in after. You could just call 1-800-354-8761 and they can give you information on the flight. So the price I'm going to give is land only for all of the information that or all the places that I just mentioned. But it also includes your chartered transportation within the itinerary. It includes 6-night hotel accommodations, your luggage handling, and then 11 meals included. So if you're a person that doesn't want to fly to Florida and do it on your own, you want to be with a group of people. And I always talk about how our featured vacations department, who actually put our Dublin tour together, put these packages together. And we have so many of our AAA members that go on them time and time again, and they meet each other and they gain friends. They'll call each other and they'll say, hey, let's go on this trip because it's already put together, and then they're all listed in our AAA motorist. So this will include the 11 meals, attractions, admissions, for anything included in the itinerary. Gratuities are included, and of course services of a local tour director wherever you go. So if you're stopping in St. Augustine, Florida, there's going to be a step-on guide there with you that'll give you direction where to go. If there's some extra time, they'll tell you some, so say that lunch isn't included, they'll give you some restaurants to visit, they'll give you some museums, shopping, whatever you want to do. There's always a local guide right in that city to direct you in the right place. So this date is April 19th through the 25th of 2026. So we're already moving on to 2026. We still do have some vacation packages available for 2025. If you do want to get away by the end of the year, there's some great cruise packages available. I was just looking at that. This is an activity level 2. So let's talk a little bit about activity level. Some of our tours, we have like this one. This would be a larger group, probably a larger bus, about 40 to 50 guests on the bus. This is an activity level 2, which is kind of a steady pace. It requires average physical ability, so just able to walk from place to place. There's not going to be any strenuous hiking or things like that.
Why are you looking at me when you're talking about that? Am I that bad a shape? That's my kind of trip, though.
I like to mention the activity level because we do have some tours. I was on one of them when I went to Arizona, which can be up to an activity level 4 or 5, where there is strenuous hiking. So we want to make sure we're putting our clients on the right vacation so that when they get there, we're not going to turn you away, but there may be things that you're not going to be able to do, and you're going to miss out on a lot of the trip. So that's why you want to check with the activity level with your travel agent. They'll go over that with you, but if it's not mentioned, please ask and make sure that you won't miss any of the tour or any of the hiking that's included, any of the places to visit, that kind of thing. So with this, the price on this is going to be, where's my pricing?
Take your time.
$3,999 per person. It includes everything that is listed. And then, of course, if you want to fly, that's additional. And then if you want to drive, we can get you there as well with our triptychs. So that's a really good option for someone that doesn't want to go out of the U.S. It just shows that we have so many right here. And not just this. I'm going to talk about a Washington, D.C. trip that we have that includes motor coach.
How many meals are in this?
There's 11 meals included.
That's worth the price alone.
Yeah, exactly. 11 meals. The hotels are included. And then all of your attractions and admissions throughout the itinerary. If there's something you want to do on your own, of course, that would be additional. And then, like I said, those local tour directors, which are so important when you're not familiar with those cities and towns you're visiting. So it's AAA is there to help you every step of the way, and we make sure you're not lost, and we have everything taken care of for you. And once you arrive there, we could set up transportation to get to the hotel if it's not included. Just make sure you're asking the questions and make sure everything that you want included is included, because we can help you and make sure you have the perfect vacation.
Well, I'm kind of scrolling through this itinerary, and I looked at it earlier today, but I didn't realize you really brought some nice stuff today.
Yes, we did. It's different, and it's motor coach, which is nice for the Washington, D.C., for those people that don't want to fly.
So 11 meals?
11 meals, yes. There are 11 meals included. Most likely what is included is going to be breakfast and dinner. So there may be some lunches that you have to pay for. But, yeah, we got you covered.
You do have us covered.
Yeah.
800-354-8761. Before we scroll on and move on, so somebody listening right now saying, didn't get to go to Dublin, Ireland, but you want to go to Ireland.
Yes.
All you got to do is call.
Yeah. 1-800-354-8761 or stop into your local office. We have a ton of vacation packages to Ireland. We deal with CIE, so Anthony.
Augustinelli.
Who is they are the Ireland specialists. I'm sure they have people over there as well. But we have them. Of course, Matt Duramo with Member Choice Vacations. They do Ireland, Trafalgar, Insight. We have so many tour companies that we use that go to Ireland. Brendan Vacations. And if it's not something that you want to do, a day-by-day itinerary, escorted, you don't want to be with the whole group, there are packages to Ireland. And when I was a travel agent for 15 years, it was so popular for our clients to call in, and they wanted us to put together a package with them staying in castles and then renting a car and then staying at bed and breakfasts. And they're kind of like just vouchers. And you go from all these different towns in Ireland, and we work with CIE Tours or Brendan Vacations. They plan the whole route out for us because some of us haven't been to Ireland, so we're not familiar with, the direction or what cities you have to stop in. So they put that all together for you, and you could do it on your own. You just rent a car and drive around and stay in castles.
We've said this before on the show that there are certain things that make people like White Lotus and the old Magnum PI that make people want to go to Italy or Hawaii.
Yes.
You realize how many people are going to want to go to Ireland
I
after
was
watching
thinking
all this
that
stuff?
same thing, looking at these videos. I'm like, I want to go to Ireland. It looks like everything's right there. There's pubs. Hannah was sending me pictures of her eating fish and chips. I mean,
Hannah's there too.
Cool. Yeah, she's there. They're all there.
Now I know what they really think about me.
They left me here.
Well, at least they left me, you and your husband.
Yeah, right.
I mean, I'd be here alone twiddling my thumbs. All right, we got to get to a break. We'll come back. Tell everybody what we still have to come. Just give them a little bit of an idea.
So we're going to talk about Washington, D.C. in bloom, so in springtime. And then we have two different itineraries with Celebrity Cruises, which is an upsell from Royal Caribbean, kind of like country club casual. I've been on their ships. They are absolutely beautiful. So we'll talk about two itineraries with them as well.
I don't think Marita had ever been to Ireland either.
No, I don't think she has. She did tell me that because she was like, I've never been to Ireland. I was like, what?
I know.
You've been to Antarctica, but not Ireland.
I know. Well, she is there now. Listen, you know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of like the Super Bowl.
It does. It kind of has that Super Bowl feel. If we better win. We got a lot of people rooting on it.
Yeah, that won't be very. I mean, Guinness and then like a 6-hour plane ride.
I know, hungover. That'll be a bunch of miserable people.
That pot of gold at the end of the rainbow won't be black and gold, it'll be black and blue. All right, listen, let's get a break in here and we'll come back. Now, what do I got coming up next hour? I really love these folks. They were with me last year. They do incredible work, that Carnegie stage in Carnegie. Well, this is going to be happening October 17th through the 19th and the 24th through the 26th. The case of the Carbolic Smoke Ball, a comedy murder whodunit presented by Royal Carbolic Players, an acid tongue satire on the law and a mystery that'll keep people guessing to the end. This is a command performance after last year's successful run with full houses each and every night. So if you want tickets, you better start thinking to go to carnegiestage.com. Carnegiestage.com. We'll tell you about the plot. We'll tell you who's going to be in studio with me, and I think you're going to absolutely find it fascinating. Now, speaking of sports, Coons Market Black and Gold Sunday show tomorrow. Of course, it's Bethpage Black. It is the Ryder Cup. Team USA struggling a bit as we enter day 3. Steve Hopley, who used to be a caddy at Oakmont Country Club, good friend of mine. He is the pro at the Swickley Heights Golf Club. He will kick things off tomorrow. Also, Jerry Schmidt, the head coach of the Duquesne Dukes, are in action this weekend, will join us as always. And then we pick our weekly winners against the spread. Week number 4 in the National Football League. So that's all tomorrow on the Coons Market Black and Gold Sunday show. It's your Pratt Pack. Stay with us. Rob Taylor with that news update, and then back with more with Andrew Benacki. AAA East Central's Talking Travel on KDKA.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-536-9607. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-536-9607 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-536-9607 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-536-9607.
I'm with Rocco Florio of AirPro Heating and Cooling, a trusted HVAC company that carries quality Bryant products and serves the entire Pittsburgh area. Rocco, what's up on prices for furnaces and air conditioning equipment?
Larry, it's best for people to purchase now, as equipment prices are going up in the coming months. AirPro takes pride in our prices. We are lower than the competition and provide financing options and long warranties.
Call AirPro Heating and Cooling today at 800-749-0642. Bryant, whatever it takes.
While you sleep, there are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want while you sleep. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. Wake up to your friends, weekday mornings on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 72 degrees in Pittsburgh International at 11:30. I'm Rob Taylor. A petition signed by upwards of 1,500 people was taken to the Pittsburgh City Clerk in hopes that Pittsburgh City Council would make Pittsburgh a, quote, sanctuary city. That term is used to describe local governments that limit their cooperation with ICE or Immigration and Customs Enforcement operations. Mayor Ed Gainey has said his administration would not work with ICE. Allegheny United for Immigration Rights and Justice, the organization behind the effort, also called on Allegheny County leaders to do more to protect the immigrant community. ICE has been ramping up its arrests in cities throughout the nation under the Trump administration. Well, tonight will be the last chance for Penguins fans to see franchise legend Marc-Andre Fleury suit up in the iconic black and gold. The beloved goaltender will take the ice for the Penguins one last time tonight at PPG Paints Arena in the second preseason matchup for the team against the Columbus Blue Jackets. Former Penguin Tyler Kennedy, who will be in attendance for Fleury's return tonight, talked about his former teammate on the Pompa Joe Show on 93.7 A Fan.
It's going to be exciting. I think he meant so much to the city. He's, the one thing that carries Marc-Andre Fleury around wherever he goes is how good of a guy he is. Obviously he's an unbelievable goalie, but how he treats people, how he is, like just going to the rink every day was like a joy because he had always had that big smile. He always made it fun.
Fleury announced his retirement from hockey following last season with the Minnesota Wild. KDKA Radio News Time, 11:31. Next updates at noon. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDKA.
Join us as we celebrate our hometown heroes Wednesday, October 15th at Rivers Casino, including Jerome Bettis and Lucas Pyatt, plus John Kolb, Melinda Kalezai, Bernard Alexander, Lynn Banaszak, and Dwayne Brown. Larry's Hometown Heroes, proudly presented by Debbie Hampson and NRG, and brought to you by Pyatt Companies, McGuire Memorial, North Shore Tavern and Mike's Beer Bar, Levin Furniture, PNC Bank, The Corey Firm, LaFace and McGovern Associates, and CNX. Get your tickets at KDKARadio.com.
Support St. Anthony School programs and help students with special needs achieve their full potential through inclusive education, therapy services, and job skills development, serving students ages 5 through 21 with Down syndrome, autism, and other intellectual disabilities. Find them within select Catholic schools in the Pittsburgh area, including a post-secondary program at Duquesne University. For over 70 years, St. Anthony School has empowered students of all faiths to live independently and contribute meaningfully to society. Learn more or donate at saintanthonykids.org.
At UPMC Hillman Cancer Center, we believe cancer care shouldn't just be good enough. It should be life-changing. As the region's only National Cancer Institute designated comprehensive cancer center, we provide groundbreaking treatments and innovative clinical trials with renowned cancer specialists and a compassionate support system for patients and their families. Discover more at upmchillman.com/lifechanging.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
This afternoon will feature a mix of clouds and sun. There could be a sprinkle, high 77. Partly cloudy, some fog late tonight, low 56. And then some sunshine tomorrow and Monday, warm in the mid-80s. For AccuWeather, I'm Bill Dager, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following program is paid for by AAA.
We're talking travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, Andrea's got a lot more stuff to get to, so let's head to Washington, D.C.
Yes, so Washington, D.C., so popular. It's such a popular destination from Pittsburgh, but no one wants to drive it. The roads are crazy, so let AAA get you there. We have Washington, D.C. in bloom. So this is springtime with lodging at the Gaylord National Resort. There's guided touring included, a dinner cruise on the Potomac. I mean, this is a really great tour if you want to see Washington, D.C. So the National Harbor's included, so you'll see that. Of course, I mentioned the Gaylord National Resort, 2-night stay in an atrium view room. You get to tour monuments, memorials, and the illuminated night tour. The National Mall, of course, the dinner cruise. So this is March 20th through the 22nd. This one does include your motor coach transportation. We pick up from Cranberry, Monroeville, or New Stanton. The locations may change, so make sure you call 1-800-354-8761 or stop into your local branch to find out more information about pickup points at those locations. Your luggage handling is included. 2 meals, and that includes your dinner cruise, attractions and admissions that I just stated in that itinerary, which are all the popular things that you want to see in Washington, D.C. All your taxes and gratuities on the included items, and then services of a local tour director and guide where noted. So again, you'll have those step-on guides where you're going, so they will show you the important sites to see when you're in those monuments. You will have a guided tour there so that you're not running around like a chicken with your head cut off, not knowing what to look at. So we're there to guide you every step of the way. So the price on this one, and this is for double occupancy for a AAA member, it's $1,139 per person, again, based on double occupancy. Non-members, $1,195, so make sure you check with your AAA travel advisor to purchase a AAA membership. We always have specials, so make sure that you're signing up for that. But this is a really good option for someone that doesn't want to go away a long time. It's just a couple days, March 20th through the 22nd. You'll get to see all the trees blooming. Maybe the cherry blossoms will be available there for you to see, as they usually are around that time. So this is a really nice time to travel in Washington, D.C. It's not going to be too hot. It's going to be perfect, and then we will guide you every step of the way there. So we have that, and then, of course, the historic Southern Coast trip that I talked about right here in the U.S. for you to take advantage of if you aren't ready to take that big step and travel to Ireland.
That price for D.C. is like...
I know, it's really great. It is, and you don't have to drive there and find out. Parking is so bad there. They don't have parking lots at the hotels. You have to park at, if you're going to stay right in the city, at parking garages and things like that. It's like how New York City is. So let us take care of that part for you. We drop you off right in front of the Gaylord Hotel, and then you can enjoy every step of the way on your Washington, D.C.
Listen, I was there back in 1978 when neither of you were on this earth probably, but it was a long, long time ago. And I'll never forget seeing the Capitol and the White House. It was kind of surreal.
Yeah, it is. Just stepping, I mean, you see it all the time in pictures or in TV on shows, but to see it in person is a whole different experience.
Yeah, I mean, the whole Washington Monument thing, it's really cool stuff. So again, the price is what?
It's $11.39 per person based on double occupancy. We can do triple and quad. If you do triple, $9.79 per person, and that's 3 people sharing the room. And then we have quad as well for $8.99 per person, and that would be 4 people in the room.
So as you look back on the summer that was, what were some of the big ticket items?
Cruising. I mean, we had such great pricing on
both
cruising.
Types of cruising?
Yes,
river
cruising, ocean liner cruising. That was really big. Of course, Italy. Italy's always a popular destination for us. Hawaii's coming back big. So we've done a lot of Hawaii. And of course, Thailand because of the White Lotus.
Right.
So, I mean, there's so many.
Did that really have a effect?
Anytime the White Lotus airs, wherever they're at is popular. They've done Hawaii, Thailand. Forget what the other one was.
Well, you know you're getting old because of what that theme is all about, but you only watch it for the scenery.
Yeah, right, exactly. It's so cool.
But honestly, it's incredible how many people because of that show.
Yes, I know. It's so popular. And I forget what the name of the resort was, but I looked it up one day, and that was becoming really popular as well. I think it was a Four Seasons. I think they stay at Four Seasons, but just changed the name of it to White Lotus.
Isn't it? We were just talking about Washington, D.C., but isn't it amazing? A descendant of the Kennedy family, Schwarzenegger. Arnold Schwarzenegger obviously was married to a Kennedy.
Yeah.
Shriver, Maria Shriver, and their son was actually a big character in White Lotus.
I know. That was really cool.
That is pretty cool.
Yeah.
All right. So, how'd the theme parks do this summer?
Oh, Disney always popular. Universal's coming back. They're one of our preferred partners, so we advertise them. They're always going to be popular, and they added in that Super Mario.
Big time.
Yeah, so that was huge this year.
And they do well with cruising, too.
Yes, they'll do. Well, Disney, of course, with cruising, because they have Disney Cruise Line, which is really, it sells itself. They don't need our help. But Universal, they used to partner up with Royal Caribbean. I'm not sure if they still do. So what people will do is they'll take like a 3 or 4 night cruise out of Port Canaveral, which is about 45 minutes from Orlando, and then they'll go back to either Disney or Universal, and they'll tack that on before or after. So
explain this to me. Why do you think the resurgence for the Bahamas? I probably ran into a dozen people this summer, friends. Where are you going? Well, we're leaving for the Bahamas. What's up with the Bahamas?
I just think it's a beautiful destination. The Atlantis is there. It's a very popular resort. They refurbished it. They added more to it. It has swimming with the dolphins. It has a huge aquarium, casino. It has a private beach. So Atlantis. And then all of the private islands that the cruise lines have now. So for Carnival, which is Celebration Key, which I recently was at in August, they just opened that in July, which is absolutely gorgeous. It's right in Grand Bahama Island. And then Coco Cay, which is Royal Caribbean's private island. That also is in one of the islands of the Bahamas. So I just think it's a beautiful, I mean, the water is so clear. It's a beautiful destination, and the people there are really nice.
I absolutely just love all these different places that you go. You know, another place a lot of people are going to is London.
Yes. London and Paris, because they take the Channel too. So if you want to split that up, there's a ton of vacation packages we could put together. You could fly into London, stay there a few nights, take the Channel over to Paris, and then stay in Paris a few nights. So you could do that. You could do all of London, of course, see where Downton Abbey was filmed and all the fun different places, the Royals and things like that. So there's always a lot to do in London. And then, of course, like I said, you can go over to Paris, which has become popular, of course, because of the food. I mean,
I know. It amazes me some of the places you all have been. So how was that little trip you took in August?
It was wonderful. I took a cruise with my family. Mark did not come.
Don't
he
feel
doesn't
bad, Mark.
travel.
I get it, man. I get it. I'm not. Listen, I love talking travel, but and I love going to the airport. But I know. There's something wrong with me. I know, but I do love talking about it. Go ahead.
Yeah, we had gorgeous weather. The sun was shining every single day. We did not have one day of rain. I don't think I've ever been on a cruise, and I've been on a lot of cruises where it did not rain at least one day. It was, I mean, you had to hide from the sun if you didn't want. I've never used so much sunscreen. I think we went through like 3 bottles of sunscreen.
Really?
Yeah. It was so sunny.
Listen, Mark, this is what I used to do for a getaway. I would go to McDonald's and go sit out in front of Edgar Thompson, and I would eat my McDonald's. That was like a big day out for me. I'm just a home guy, man.
I am too. That's how I am. I like staying at home, and she's on me all the time. She goes all around the world, all around the globe, and
I know.
Yeah. I just sit at home.
There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. So let me ask you, Steelers going to win this thing tomorrow? They're 2.5-point underdog.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with the Steelers.
It's Carson Wentz. It's Frankenstein and cleats. So
right.
Hopefully we can get to him. I hope.
I hope so too. I hope T.J. Watt has a good night's sleep and can get going.
Why do you
and
think?
doesn't drink Guinness.
Yeah.
Listen, I can do the Jameson, and I've had a sip of Guinness, but that's like my son, who's like 26, big weightlifter, strong kid. My oldest, 34, big jiu-jitsu guy. That's them.
Yeah.
Okay. That's a little bit too heavy for me.
Yeah,
I mean, that's like drinking 10W40 motor oil. You know what I mean? But I like a little shot of whiskey every once in a while. But before I let you go, why do you think we love the Steelers so much?
My personal opinion is, we come from Pittsburgh here is a blue-collar city, and I think, especially in the 70s, there was such a strong representation of that hard work and grit that this city displays, and people just identified with that, and it's just carried through all the way till today.
Listen, I'll tell you a quick story. So when Chuck Noll passed, I went to the funeral, home for the viewing. And somehow, some way, I got there, and it was just me and the coach.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, he was laid out waiting for people to come and view and pay their respects. And I went over, and I put my hand on his chest, and I said a prayer. And even though he had been gone, I kept thinking how proud my dad would be. My dad loved Chuck Noll.
Yeah.
And here I was actually in that funeral home, me and the Emperor, Chuck Noll. And to this day, it still sends chills up and down my spine.
That's an amazing story you just told. And I mean, how many people would, cherish
And Joe Gordon was the PR guy who helped me out more times than not. Ronnie Wall for many years. And nothing ever works for me, okay? But that was one moment that I'll never forget the rest of my life.
Amazing. Yeah.
And he was just everything I'd ever heard about him. It was just as I was there with him, kneeling and paying my respects, I thought, this is something I'm going to remember the rest of my life. And obviously, I do. All right, all of this stuff going through our brain because of all those people from AAA who got to go to Dublin and are over there enjoying themselves, right? But aren't you proud of AAA for making... I mean, this thing came off. It's done.
Yeah, I know.
And everybody's going to be at the game with a ticket.
I know. I remember them first putting this together, and it sold out so fast. We didn't even know the real dates because they didn't announce the date. We just kind of guessed the weekend that it was going to be, and we booked it. And when it was released, I mean, it sold out like that. We had to keep getting more seats, which is how we had to move into different hotels and different flights. But we made it work, and we have a whole bunch of happy people over in Dublin.
Listen, I've been at this game so long, Mark. Back in the day when the Steelers were in the AFC Championship game, Jim Lehman, one of my early mentors, Tracy Edwards, early mentors, they have to wait till the game was over so then they would know if it was a go. So we'd all be later that day, and I wasn't involved in anything other than just hosting the show. But on pins and needles as the clock was ticking down. Is it go? The ticket's good? Do we go book the flights, the hotels?
I remember that.
That was like, pressure. The game was nothing.
Yeah, right. So we have to cancel the hotels. Yeah, I know. I remember all that.
I can still remember all the blood just running out of the face of Jim Lehman. Oh, great days. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. Wrap it up. Stay with us.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Enjoy a magical voyage to Alaska with AAA and Holland America Cruise Line. Experience more of Alaska when you choose a land and sea cruise tour. Hear the thunder of bright blue glaciers calving into the ocean. Admire majestic mountains towering over sparkling lakes. And witness wildlife roaming through untouched wilderness. There's a reason the Great Land is on so many travelers' must-see lists. Sail along the breathtaking Alaskan coast. Stop in Gold Rush era ports. Discover history and taste local flavors. An Alaskan vacation has something for everyone. And it's the perfect way to create lifelong memories with family and friends. AAA is offering 3 different departures beginning June 2026. Choose a 12-night or 14-night adventure with extra time on land to explore even more. Now is the time to start dreaming of your Alaska experience. Call AAA at 1-800-354-8761 or visit your local branch today.
I'm with Joe Potocznik, JP Roofing and Siding. Congratulations, Joe. Triple Crown winner from Owens Corning.
Yes, Larry. We are proud to announce that we are recognized for service excellence, product excellence, and MVP based on marketing leadership and customer service.
Call Joe and his team. You'll get the best of the best. Get a free estimate for roof and siding replacements. Call the roofing replacement experts at JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711. Congrats, Joe.
Thank you, Larry.
Indulge your senses with the perfect blend of wine, music, and dining at City Winery in the Strip District Terminal. Enjoy live performances from legendary artists and local favorites in an intimate listening room designed for an unforgettable concert experience. Savor locally sourced food and award-winning wine, all in a setting that brings music and flavor together like never before. Whether it's a night out with friends or a special occasion, make it memorable. Reserve your table now at citywinery.com/Pittsburgh.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up, like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
We're talking travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, we're back. Final few minutes. Did we get everything that we needed to get on the air today?
Yes, we did.
Didn't we?
Let's talk about this Bermuda real quick. I like this one because it has 2 nights in New York City. So not only do you go on a cruise, but you're also spending 2 nights in New York City, which eliminates that flight because we have a motor coach included. So this is Bermuda Cruise with 2 nights on the Celebrity Silhouette. You stay in Midtown Manhattan for 2 nights, and then which is right in the heart of New York City. So it's really cool package. This is May 15th through the 24th. It includes your round-trip motor coach transportation from Cranberry. This one even goes into Ohio, New Stanton. 7-night cruise accommodations aboard the Celebrity Silhouette. We have your 7-night cruise, the 7-night cruise, the dinner at Havana Central, and Carmine's. So you get to eat at Carmine's in New York City, which is really cool.
Now, I've even heard about Carmine's.
I know. I've ate there before. It was one of my...
You did?
Yes. It was one of my first fams. It was Alicia and I.
Would she have the fish? No.
Yeah. And we went to... It was like to tour Norwegian ship or something like that. And we just wanted to go on this fam because travel agents just love to go anywhere when you first start out. You don't care where you're going. So we went to New York City, and they set up a dinner at Carmine's for us. At the time, we had no idea where we were.
You
I
had to
just
have
ate
pasta.
it.
What'd you have?
Yes, it was like family style. There were huge bowls of pasta and bread. We couldn't even move when we left that place. It was insane.
What's the decor look like? Don't tell me red checkered tablecloths.
It was, I don't think so, but it was like there were 2 stories. We went upstairs. There was a big long table. All the restaurant workers were little cute. Right. Yeah, the servers were little cute Italian boys. That's all I remember. It was like, I felt like I was like in The Godfather or something. It is really like that. It was actually a really cool place. And
nice, like woodwork and all that other stuff.
Yes, exactly. Drapes. It is. Yep. Yeah.
But see, do you realize what this job has given you this? But just
I know.
Think about
That's what I tell Mark all the time. I can't believe like the places I get to go and experience.
So if he was like booking people for the backyard,
yeah, right, it'd be good.
Listen, I don't know if it's because I was on the go my whole life. But I actually have learned sitting at home is a good thing, man. I never sat at home. Listen, 20 years, I never got up. The sun was never up, and I never got home till the sun was down. So, you know what? But I will say this. When I did go on that cruise vacation and land vacation to Disney over 10 years ago, hard to believe, it was a wonderful time. Man.
Yeah. They are. And you
Disney
get to
World
spend
is
the time with people. Like, the things I remember is how much fun my nieces had on that roller coaster, like up in the sun and clouds on the ship. Like, those are the things you remember. You have really great memories with your family. So
listen, Leola Hemsley, who was this philanthropist, made a lot of money, had a little resort in Florida that I booked through AAA. I went there in March with my kids when they were small. This was years ago. And we were like right on the beach. It was nothing fancy. Obviously, the building was like, from like the 1950s. It was upkept, really nice. It was the best time I ever had.
Yeah.
Just walking out on the beach at night and that whole feeling that you get being on the beach.
Right. I know.
Except my daughter screaming because all the little crabs came out at night.
Yeah, those are scary.
No, they're not. Come on. All right, listen, before we get out of here, just to close on a happy note, I just hope people realize what a special weekend this is.
Yes, I do too. I hope they're having the time of their lives, which, according to Facebook, they are.
And if Aaron Rodgers actually wants to come back to the Pittsburgh airport, he better win this game tomorrow.
Yeah, right. I know.
I have a feeling he will. He's a pretty solid guy. But, it's just to have the Rooneys in Ireland.
Yeah.
I don't. Even if you don't know anything about them, if you find out that, that's the family that owns the Steelers, and for them to be in Ireland where Dan Rooney was the ambassador and their family and their history, going back to the chief, this is something really, really special, man.
Yeah, I think so, too. I think it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and AAA got to make people's dreams come true.
And here's the thing about it. I don't care what anyone says. They may have a few more zeros at the end of their name, but they worked for it. They really are common folk. And when I tell you about Dan Rooney, common folk, and I'll just give you a quick story about the chief. So my friend Joe Dentisi, who ran Coons Market like a father to me, we were talking one day years ago about he bought some burial plots, and he said, "You're not going to believe this, but my plot's like right next to Art Rooney." I said, "The chief?" I said, "Get out of here." I said, "Joe, there's no way that Art Rooney, the chief, the owner of the Steelers, is in the same cemetery you're going to be buried in." So Joe told me before he died, he said, "Make sure you go check to see if the grass grows, okay?" So I went one day. I love this guy. And I actually couldn't find where the grave was, okay? So I said, I just got to think this thing through. I literally parked my vehicle, got out, Mark, so help me, Andrea. I looked, Art Rooney's Right, we're there. 1980. I went and I looked over and there was Joe, and I went. I mean, a grocery store owner and a football team owner. How Pittsburgh is that?
Yeah.
We're Pittsburgh.
No, man, that's what we are. That's who we are.
Right.
And I think that's why AAA works so well, because you give everyday people like me and those people that were on that plane all dressed up in their Steeler gear. I mean, let's face it, this is probably a trip of a lifetime for people.
Yes, it is. It is. And it's just our everyday members that just want to experience the Steelers in a different country. And I don't know, AAA did it for them. And I think they're going to remember this forever.
I can promise you the lead on any newscast in Ireland tomorrow night. Would you look at these Pittsburgh Steeler fans?
Yeah.
It's going to be the
I can't
lead.
wait to see it.
Me too. Listen, thank you. Mark, keep up the great work in education. It's the most important thing we have on the planet.
Thank you, and I appreciate you having me. I'm sorry it took so long to get here.
Yeah, I know. I'm glad you made it, though. All right, don't be a stranger. Come back.
Sure.
All right, stay with us. New news, and then you're going to want to hear what I have for you in the next hour. That's next.
The proceeding was paid for by AAA. Information on the program was intended solely to further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Larry Richards on the streets of downtown Dublin. This is Ryan Wilkinson, and Ryan has a special connection to Pittsburgh. What is it?
I do. So I'm here with Permane Brothers. We're in Dublin. We're bringing the Permane Brothers love to Dublin. Greatest sandwich in the land, man.
Some point or another, somebody says, did you have it, Permane?
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas. The perfect place for mom.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Have you been told there's nothing that can be done for your neuropathy? Tri-State Neuropathy Centers is pleased to tell you that is not true. As one of the largest and most successful neuropathy treatment practices in the country, Tri-State Neuropathy Centers has grown to 9 regional centers and helped over 14,000 patients, like Janie from West Homestead. Janie's neuropathy pain limited her activities to where she couldn't stand long enough to cook a meal. She feared she might need a wheelchair. Then Janie found Tri-State Neuropathy Centers. Their effective FDA-approved treatment program greatly improved Janie's neuropathy, and she considers her decision to use Tri-State Neuropathy Centers as a wise investment in her health and future. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers help Janie, along with thousands of others. Let them help you next. Call 724-940-9000. That's 724-940-9000. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, the leader in treating peripheral neuropathy.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 73 degrees Pittsburgh International at 12 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. A man was shot in the abdomen this morning in a Homewood. Police say it happened around 7 o'clock in the 7200 block of Felicia Way. The man was transported to the hospital in critical condition. A spokesperson says the victim not cooperating with investigators. Numerous people were injured following a crash in Murraysville. It happened around 11 o'clock Friday night at Route 22 and Buena Vista Road. Some of the people in the cars were trapped inside before they were rescued. Those injured were taken to area hospitals. No word on their condition this morning. A petition signed by upwards of 1,500 people was taken to the Pittsburgh City Clerk's office in hopes that Pittsburgh City Council would make Pittsburgh a, quote, sanctuary city. Now, that term is used to describe local governments that limit their cooperation with ICE, or the Immigration and Customs Enforcement Operations. Mayor Ed Gainey has said that his administration would not work with ICE. Allegheny United for Immigration Rights and Justice, the organization behind the effort, also called on Allegheny County leaders to do more to protect the immigrant community. ICE has been ramping up its arrests throughout the nation through the Trump administration. Well, a new study finds that a COVID infection can weaken a person's sense of smell for years. Here's CBS News' Michael Wallace.
The research published in JAMA Network Open says 4 out of 5 COVID patients who reported an altered sense of smell still scored low on scent detection tests 2 years later. 2/3 of the patients who thought their sense of smell had fully returned were wrong. A lost sense of smell can lead to weight loss and depression, and can be dangerous if you can't detect gas leaks, smoke, or spoiled food. Researchers are looking for ways to restore sense of smell that's been damaged by COVID. Vitamin A supplements are one possibility. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
KDKA Radio News Time, 12:02. AccuWeather forecast next.
The end of summer sale means big savings today at EB True Value Hardware in Bethel Park. 20% off Harmony Organic Insect Control. 20% off Sniper, your hospital-grade virus and killer. Introducing Knockout. 20% off this multi-purpose odor eliminator. Come for the savings, come for the cookout, come for the book sale to benefit the Bethel Park Public Library. All happening at EB True Value Hardware in beautiful Bethel Park today.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
24 monthly bill credits on Experience Beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro, 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
For the afternoon, we'll see clouds and some sun. Can't rule out a sprinkle. High 77. Partly cloudy, fog late, low 56 tonight. Tomorrow and Monday, very warm with some sunshine, mid-80s. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Bill Degger, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
The following is paid for by Haunted Pittsburgh. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
These are the people, the movers and shakers, the businesses, the people you know in your community who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
They are back in studio, and I must tell you, a year ago when they were here, I heard more good news than I've heard about a lot of first-timers on this great radio station and spending time with me. People who went to the theater, saw that it was packed full of a whole lot of fun, and more importantly, they couldn't wait to get back this year. So that's why they're back with us, the Royal Carbolic Players. We've got the case of the Carbolic Smoke Ball, and we've got a very familiar face with us in studio from last year, and a new face as well. So without further ado, why don't you introduce yourself to everybody?
Thanks, Rob. I'm Bob Hawes. I'm it's clapping.
That's right.
I'm one of the co-writers. I also somehow got snagged into being one of the actors in the show. But we're having our, this is the, by command performance, the case of the Carbolic Smoke Ball is back at the Carnegie Stage this October, beginning on the 17th, running that weekend and the weekend of the 24th. Rob, we waited till the Steelers put their schedule out to schedule a Sunday matinee, and it turns out 1 week is the bye, the other week is the 8:30 Sunday night game.
Perfect.
So we're not going to have any interference, so people can join us both those Sundays at 2 o'clock. The other evenings, the Friday and the Saturday shows are at 7:30.
Listen, before we get Tim in here, who's had an incredible life in showbiz and part of this, so excited. I have heard nothing but good things about this Carnegie Stage. And by the way, you can get your tickets, carnegiestage.com, October 17th through the 19th, 24th through the 26th. And my friend, my co-host on the Coons Market Black and Gold Sunday Show, Greg Diolis, went, said it was sold out, had a great time, him and his wife, Pam. So tell me about this place in Carnegie.
Okay, the Carnegie Stage is not what you would think of as the Carnegie Library Auditorium. This is a separate building on Main Street in Carnegie. It's a intimate theater, probably 75 to 80 people it holds. It's a thrust stage, which means people can see the show on all three sides of the stage. The actors are really close to the audience. I'm always worried that I might actually spit on somebody saying my lines. We could hand out, I guess, ponchos or umbrellas. But it's a great place. It's run by a great group of people. Erica, Greg, Laura, Marie Lee, they've all been so accommodating to people that know nothing about putting on a show. We learned an awful lot from them. They're very helpful, and we're just delighted to be back again this year.
All right, so you and Mr. Murray are really the big part behind the brand. We're going to get to all that, but I want to get Tim in here. We're going to talk about the plot. We're going to give you all the details that you need to know. Tim Bending is your actor, celebrity agent who represented numerous stars from many well-known films such as The Brady Bunch and Sesame Street, represented The World's Smallest Woman, and Eddie Munster, Butch Patrick, one of his best friends. So if you also have attended Steel City Con, he is the voice that you'll hear all day on the PA, which is a really cool job. It's great to have you at KDK. How are you, sir?
Well, good morning to you. First of all, thank you for having us and just showing the attention to the play and to the cast. We're so excited to just sit here today and just have a quick discussion of what we're doing at this place. It's an honor to be part of it, and it's an honor to be here today.
You got that golden voice.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Well, yeah, he does have a golden voice. In fact, we opened the play this year with a really slick video, gives the backstory, kind of sets up the action of the play. And Tim is our narrator. And,
I'm so afraid.
He is so good at it. And it's going to be, I think it's going to be a lot of fun to hear the backstory, to see what Tim Murray has put together in the little short film. So
and he's been aggressively working on this. I know behind the scenes, a lot of people don't know what we're actually doing behind the scenes, and Tim Murray is leading the fight for that to get us all looking good and promoting good.
Somehow Tim and we end up doubling the work because we want to put a good product on the stage, and I think the results are there. So it's hard work, but, we enjoy doing it.
Listen, these are both very intelligent individuals who work hard in their real world.
They do.
But I got to tell you, when you told me last year how this became like an obsession, this whole thing, and the hours that you put in, I thought to myself, no matter how tired I get, I got to forge ahead. Just tell people a little bit of the backstory about how this whole journey began for you and him.
I've known Tim Murray since at least 1972 or 1973. And in 1973, we had a public access television station on dynamic cablevision broadcasting from Homestead, Pennsylvania.
That's cool.
And that was a cable provider for Pleasant Hills, Homestead, West Mifflin, I think. And they had these television shows that were on the station that were just people off the street that wanted to have a show. They could go to the station and they could get one, and that's what we did. So we joined the ranks of shows like The Hypnotist, and the man never hypnotized anybody on the air. There was another show on there called Helping Yourself to Health, and if you followed that guy's direction, your health would probably go downhill pretty quickly. Our show was called The Lighter Side, and Tim and I would have to kind of write a show every week, and we did a lot of parodies of things. We did a news program. We did, at that time, there was still the Watergate hearings, so we had some fun having our own version of the Watergate hearings. And we also did The Hypnotist one time, where I actually dressed up as the host of The Hypnotist, and Tim was one of my guests, and we had a mop that was the hypnotist's wife that would also appear on the show, and we could make her leave and come back just by throwing her off camera, and then she'd come back on camera, and we'd continue the show. But so we've been doing these kinds of things for many years.
Amazing.
And then in the late 70s, we started writing the what was called Other Beautiful Things, which became The Case of the Carbolic Smoke Ball. We changed the name. We also changed the characters. We also changed the plot. We actually added a plot. And we wanted to have a show that kept people's interest. So it's a murder mystery plot, and it's a plot that actually people guess until the very end of the play when we reveal how the mystery is resolved. And when I get talking about it, Rob, I'm always worried. That's why I'm whispering right now.
No one's listening to you, by the way. No one absolutely can hear you.
But I tend to get carried away, and I'm always afraid I'm going to give away some element that's going to, people are going to be disappointed when they get there because they haven't figured out.
Listen, I gave out my private home phone number one time on the air. So things do happen. So I understand where you're getting from. Listen, before we come back with all the juicy details on why you're going to want to be there, I got Tim. So Tim, I got to get a couple of freebie questions in here. Why do you think these Comic-Cons are so successful? And you have people like William Shatner in his 90s, Barbara Eden.
That's right.
And people just flock to see these people. I love it. Why do you think they still do it? And why do you think there's so much love for people like Butch Patrick? People want to see these people.
Well, first of all, being, part of Steel City Con for many, years now, provided celebrities there as well. And being the official announcer there and one of the managers, I got to tell you, it's camaraderie. People that come into these Comic-Cons feel accepted. Some are less fortunate than others, so they have, they don't have the support circle, the friend circle. But when you come into a Comic-Con, you get to see the people that you've seen at the last show, so they look forward to seeing each other. Specifically Steel City Con, it's such a family-oriented, whole weekend event. Everybody's accepted, all ages. Just come on out and check it out. It's such a, it's a fun environment. I don't know if you've personally been to Comic-Con before.
I have not. Always wanted to.
Well, what's nice is that these celebrities that take the time for the weekend, they come into these Comic-Cons to have the opportunity to meet the fans. Most people don't have the opportunity to meet the William Shatners unless otherwise at a Comic-Con. So it's kind of fascinating to be able to see the amount of talent. I know we got Charlie Sheen coming this time here in December at Steel City Con. Yeah, absolutely. To get big names like that, you have to have an event that welcomes everybody, and that's what these Comic-Cons do.
And the thing that I hear about these wonderful events, how really cooperative these stars are with the fans.
Very much so. Very much so. Because you know what? At the end of the day, they really enjoy hearing what they've meant to a lot of these fans, if you will. So it's nice to be able to sit there and have a conversation with an idol, if you will, someone that you may have grown up like Butch Patrick, watching him on the shows, and being able to ask him what it's like working with, Fred Gwynne or everyone else. It's just nice to be part of that environment.
All right, as we go to break, Bob, tell them again about who, what, when, where, why, and how. Then we'll break it down with a plot next.
Yes, the Case of the Carbolic Smoke Ball is returning to the Carnegie Stage October 17th, 18th, and 19th,
yes.
24th, 25th, and 26th. It's 7:30 on the Friday and Saturday shows, and at 2 o'clock p.m. on the Sunday shows.
And I know it's limited seating too, so we want to make sure that the fans, the listeners know that it's limited seating. So you want to get those tickets as soon as possible.
That's an excellent point, because last year they were getting chairs out of the back room.
Yes,
for some,
I heard.
Yeah, so it was like we had to hold the curtain so that they could set some more chairs up for the people. I thought they were going to put them on the chairs on the stage,
yes,
because they're more comfortable.
CarnegieStage.com, October 17th through the 19th, 24th through the 26th. Carnegie Stage in Carnegie. We'll be back. Stay with us.
Your source for the AccuWeather forecast. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
You want a roof that doesn't leak. Of course, that's a given. You need a roofing partner with the experience and know-how to ensure the structural integrity and energy efficiency of your roof. Trust PJ Fitzpatrick with their 45 years of experience, thousands of 5-star reviews, and lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Our professionals install most roofs in just one day. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Visit trustpj.com today. That's trustpj.com.
At WIC, they know that raising a family takes love and support. That's why the Allegheny County WIC program is here to help yours thrive with free healthy food, nutrition tips, and breastfeeding support for moms, babies, and kids under 5. Whether you're a parent, grandparent, or caregiver, WIC is for your family. Call 412-350-5801 or visit pawic.com to get started. PAWIC is funded by USDA. USDA is an equal opportunity provider, employer, and lender.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want to boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, we are back, and now it's time for this gentleman over here, Bob Haas, to tell me about the plot. So tell me about the plot. And again, you can get tickets ASAP, CarnegieStage.com, October 17th through the 19th, and the 24th through the 26th at the Carnegie Stage in Carnegie. Go ahead.
Well, here's the plot. The president, his name is Noah Swain, is a former movie star, and he became famous enough to run for president because he portrayed a famous lawyer in a movie, and that lawyer was Rufus Wheeler Peckham. And Rufus is very well known. They make a movie about him. Noah Swain gets elected president, and now it's 1979, and Noah Swain is being blackmailed for releasing a bioweapon to some people who could potentially be terrorists. And the FBI is on their way to the White House to arrest him for treason. And the only one that he thinks can save his presidency and keeping him from the electric chair is Rufus Peckham, the attorney. So the real-life Rufus Peckham is coming to the White House. He doesn't like Swain. He doesn't like most people. He's very difficult to be around. But when he's in court, he's brilliant. So the first act is in the White House. The second act is in the courtroom because it's a murder mystery and somebody is on trial. So that's the story, kinda. And like I said, I don't like get to.
You got to keep it close to your vest because if that would ever get out.
Yeah. So we can't tell you who dies, who did what for whom.
In old Hollywood, and I'm sure Tim could understand where I'm coming from with this. They always had alternative endings just in case.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
Did you ever consider an alternative ending?
Not really, but we kind of treat it the way theater groups treat, and particularly in London, where it's played for over 700 years. Agatha Christie's Mousetrap. They tell people at the end of the play, we'd appreciate it if you don't talk about how this play ends, because they want it to be a surprise.
So Tim, let me ask you, why do you think? And look, one of my fondest memories, and I used to spend a lot of time at the movie theaters. But Murder on the Orient Express, to this day. And you look at Law and Order, all these whodunit, this, that, they go on forever. Why do you think there's such a love affair with whodunits?
Well, I think it's because it just, provides people an opportunity for mystery, and people love a good mystery. People like to know, look at the game of Clue. It's still going on to this day.
Wow.
I played it last week. So
great example.
Right, I'm just saying, people love a mystery, and I think that's why this play offers it. It gives you a little bit of comedy, but there's a mystery involved, and you truly don't know until the very end who done it. And what a great cast that you guys have put together.
Well, he's very modest. He plays the prosecuting attorney in the second act of the play.
He's got game. There's no doubt.
And there are people that came up to me afterwards. Is he really an attorney? And I'd have to say, no, he's not an attorney, but we do have involved at least 5 attorneys.
That's right. I'm not intimidated at all by being in a room full of attorneys.
And it's actually kind of a small law firm.
Yeah.
The gentleman that plays the President of the United States is an attorney.
For sure.
Our judge in the second act is actually a hearing officer with the Allegheny County court system. And
Sue does an awesome job, by the way.
Susan does an awesome job. She looks like a judge, and we're really lucky that to have her and her husband Patrick.
That's right.
We have in the play we have what is it 4 married couples?
I think
Tim
that's
and
right.
Carol.
Yeah,
Judy and I.
That's right.
Patrick and Susan and Amy and Peter. So we have 4 married couples in the play, which is.
That's because you put
really
so much
lucky.
time into this. If you wanted to stay married, you got to put him in the play.
Put him in the play, right? Yeah.
Hey, but let me just give him a little bit of credit, and I kind of waited a little bit, but co-author, obviously co-producer, he's been a lawyer for 41 years, and he retired as first vice president of that legendary brand that I still think of often when I'm in downtown Pittsburgh, even though the times they are a-changing, BNY Mellon. It's just kind of nice to have a play that you can have a whodunit kind of revolving around what you kind of did for a living, too. That's got to be kind of neat.
Well, when we first started to write the play back in 1979, we weren't lawyers.
He said 79, by the way. That's correct.
Right. Yeah, that's what... Okay, Carol.
Carol said 75. Carol's right.
There is. But what... our main character was a detective. We didn't know anything about detectives. Then we went to law school, became lawyers. We know all about lawyers, so we just changed the whole story to make it about a lawyer.
So let me ask you something. Do you think this kind of swayed you in the direction of going into law a little bit?
No, I think we went to law first, and then we went to playwriting second. But we think the play will have a lot of appeal to attorneys, and maybe that's why your friend
He
enjoyed
loved it. Listen, Greg doesn't compliment anything or anyone. He came back, said, I heard them on the air. I said, let's go down there and check it out, Pam, because he lives in Carnegie.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't in the studio the day after more than 30 seconds, and he was just raving about this.
Well, that really makes us feel good that we're able to reach people because we wanted to reach lawyers, we wanted to reach the general public as well.
But think about it too, Tim. You being kind of a guy behind the scenes a little bit, and also in front of that camera. Think of some of the legendary people. I mean, you had Raymond Burrs, Perry Mason.
Oh, yeah.
To this day, that stuff still holds up. Aviva Radbourne, who was one of the top news producers at KDKA for years, was a rabid fan of that, and I ended up getting hooked on it years after the fact. Tremendous. Matlock, Andy Griffin, tremendous. Now, it's back again. So I'm just saying, people love the law, and they love these courtroom
the new Matlock
dramas.
is really good, by the way. I don't know if you've had a chance to see it, but Kathy Bates is just remarkable in it.
Better than Misery. I had to turn away.
Misery was a good movie too, but yeah, she really does good on this show.
And let's be honest, we have 2 of the most incredible law schools at Duquesne, Thomas Klein, and of course University of Pittsburgh. Wouldn't you agree?
Oh yeah, I definitely agree. Tim's father was dean of both of them, and I think he left his mark. They kind of have a standard now they have to maintain, and they've done a pretty good job of it. And I just went to the 40th year of graduating from Duquesne last fall and just really had a blast. We were talking so much at our table, just reminiscing and just catching up. Some people around us were shushing us. So could you imagine? I'm almost 70 years old. I'm still getting shushed.
Listen, let me ask you another thing. So is it a sign of getting old when all of your friends who were attorneys and you were interviewing them have now become judges?
A little bit, but some of the guys I went to law school with became judges kind of early on, because you can't wait too long, because you might be a judge for 2 years and then you're senior judge all of a sudden and retired. But some of them had that in mind and became judges. Kind of worked, figured out how to do it, and got their nomination from their political party, and win an election and won it, and you're good for a long time before you have to go through a retention election. You don't have to face anybody in when you are being running in a retention election for a judge. You just have to get enough yes votes that they retain.
Listen, I recommend this, and my daughter actually works for a magistrate. She's a college graduate. She loves it. She's 24 years of age, so I got that little connection. I have a lot of friends who are attorneys and obviously sit on the bench. But as a reporter back in the day, I covered the courthouse, so I would go actually watch cases unfold. And I was fascinated. It was like real life. But I learned to appreciate the law because of these lawyers, these men and women who pour their heart and soul, and this is their life, and they've got stacks of books and this and that, and they get in there, and it kind of is like a play, although sadly some of the endings aren't the way you would want them to be, but it is truly one of the greatest things that we have in our country.
Well, believe it or not, Rob, last year I was on a jury trial in federal court, and all I could think of was, this could be a play, this story, because I'm saying it as a juror, but I'm watching the prosecutor and the defense attorney. They are very meticulous and prepared, and it's almost like they have a script ready to go on how they're going to pursue the case.
Listen, as a young boy, I used to watch these movies, $1 Million movies with my grandmother at her house, and we'd be all juiced up on Maxwell House coffee. And I'll never forget one night, I don't even think I was old enough to drive. I watched Gregory Peck in To Kill a Mockingbird.
Oh, wow.
Wow. Well, that's a good one to start with, though.
Oh, one of the greatest of all time. Yeah. All right, we got much more to talk about when we come back on the other side of the break, but please remind them to get their tickets early and often, and a little bit why you're here today and why we're talking about the Royal Carbolic Players in the case of the Carbolic Smoke Bomb. Ball.
Yeah, ball. Yes, the performances are next month, October 17th, 18th, 19th, 24th, 25th, and 26th, 7:30 on Friday and Saturday nights, 2 o'clock on Sunday. We've got a cast that's been in rehearsal since the beginning of this month. They're working very hard. They're learning their lines. They're learning their actions. They're actually a great group of people that we're really enjoying working with, because not only are they taking the script to heart, but they're thinking and coming up with some of their own ideas, and we're incorporating that kind of stuff into the show. And I think it's really going to be a good show.
And it's going to show. It's actually going to show what we're doing and how well, with the leadership that you guys are providing for us, to really tweak this to make it we did our stage premiere last year, but I think this year is going to be the one.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, I'm excited.
All right, Tim, just to amuse me, give me a little bit of what it would sound like on the PA down at the convention center.
Attention attendees, now available in the signing area is William Shatner.
I tell you can't beat this entertainment anywhere.
That's right.
All right, again, CarnegieStage.com, 17th through the 19th of October, 24th through the 26th, the case of the Carbolic Smoke Ball. Don't you dare miss it. We'll be back.
House stealing. It's a nightmare that's real. It's the FBI's term for thieves stealing your home's title and draining your equity. Just one fake document filed with a recorder, and scammers can own your home on paper, drain your equity, and do it all without you even knowing. Imagine waking up to a foreclosure or eviction notice. Listen to former title thief Matt Cox.
What people don't realize is the ease in which this crime can happen. I can take the deed to your house and I can transfer that deed into my name. It's a great crime, and it's happening all the time.
So how can you stop the nightmare and protect yourself? Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO and get a 30-day free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Don't wait. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now, promo code RADIO.
Fabulous fall favorites at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. Celebrate Oktoberfest at Coons. German skinless bratwurst with sauerkraut, $7.99 a pound. Authentic potato pancakes, $1.59 each. Wunderbar German-style bologna is $3.99 a pound. And from our bakery, marble rye bread, $3.50 a loaf. As always, save with our Coons Reward Card. All natural fresh whole fryer chickens, 99 cents a pound. Honeycrisp apples, 99 cents a pound. And selected varieties of Hostess donuts, 9.5 to 10.75 ounce bags, 2 for $3. Additional savings in our meat department. Lean and tender pork shoulder steaks or roast, $2.99 a pound. In our produce department, fresh pressed apple cider, half-gallon jugs, $3.99 each. And this week, selected varieties of Di Fratelli tomatoes, sloppy joe, or pizza sauce, 15-ounce cans, 5 for $5.
That's Coons Market. Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Hearing the news every day is one thing. Hearing it hit home is something altogether different. That's the difference you hear every day on KDKA Radio. We go beyond the benign headlines and bring the news to life, your life. So stay here and hear the news and what a difference it makes. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Fitness Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is now 75 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 12:30. I'm Rob Taylor. A local congresswoman is denouncing the decision by owners of the Waterfront Shopping Center to eliminate bus stops very close to the entrances of Target and Giant Eagle. Summer Lee says in a statement that removing the bus stops, quote, disregards the needs of thousands of riders, including seniors and people with disabilities. PRT says the decision is out of their hands, but the bus stops are being moved to nearby Amity Street. Bus stops near the front entrances of Target and Giant Eagle are scheduled to be eliminated on October 19th. KDK Radio News Time is 12:31. Next updates at 1. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDK.
Looking for an adventure getaway? AAA presents a snowmobile adventure in Jackson and Yellowstone National Park. Enjoy a 5-night stay and 3 full days of guided snowmobiling with gear, winter suit, boots, helmet, and gloves all included. Plus a free day to explore your way, cross-country or downhill skiing, dog sledding, more snowmobiling, and more. Winter is the best time for adventure experiences in Wyoming. Don't miss it. Visit your local AAA office or call 1-800-354-8761 today.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248 today.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
This afternoon will feature a mix of clouds and sun. There could be a sprinkle, high 77. Partly cloudy, some fog late tonight, low 56. And then some sunshine tomorrow and Monday, warm in the mid-80s. For AccuWeather, I'm Bill Daker, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by Haunted Pittsburgh.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, we are back with Bob Haas and Tim Bendig, and we're talking about the Royal Carbolic Players and the case of the Carbolic Smoke Ball that is going to be happening at the Carnegie Stage October 17th through the 19th, 24th through the 26th, carnegiestage.com. Look,
that's right.
Nobody's ever going to confuse you with Arthur Miller or Norman Mailer, but you are a guy that loves this whole stage thing and Broadway and Ernest Hemingway and these great writers that we know. But it's got to be satisfying to put pen to paper. I tell my kids all the time, I was a very bad student, barely got out of high school, and they're all college educated and a whole lot smarter than me. I tell them all the time, I tell the young producers here, if you learn to do anything, learn to write. It's such an important thing.
Yeah, I think to a great extent, I think Tim would tell you, and I would admit this too, we taught ourselves how to write, because, you take writing class in high school or college, and it's just to make a sentence. It's not really to compose a play.
Right.
So we're we took our time. We picked our words very carefully, and that's pretty obvious the way the dialogue goes. But we would get stuck sometimes for an idea or a line or something. So Carol will tell you, she probably cringes. But we used to toss a little rubber ball around in their living room at the Murray house, and we'd talk the whole time, try to figure out what the plot thing was going to be, or what some dialogue was going to be, or what this character was going to do. And believe it or not, I think William Shakespeare did the same thing, but they didn't have rubber balls back then. He just threw rocks.
But you know what I see a lot of the young people doing today, including my kids and my producers, and this is what I really think things are going full circle. They'll have like a notebook, and they're writing out notes for the show, like sentence form, just paper to pen.
Yeah.
And it's amazing and how therapeutic that can be. Like, now I understand why my sisters all had diaries growing up.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
That can really go a long way, right? Don't you think, Tim?
Well, you know what my thought is? Watching these two gentlemen, hearing the backstory of them writing this, since what, 75, you said, 75. Right? Just to get corrected. It's nice to watch their baby, so to speak, come to fruition, and watching them like little kids, this play that they have written for all these years come to life. And it's such a thank you for allowing me to be part of your vision of this.
We're very happy to have you.
How'd you get him, by the way?
Tim, well, it's a kind of long story, but it was, here I am hitting the microphone again, but through a professional relationship with Tim, the Tims got together. And
it's nice to have an attorney in your pocket.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. Let's just call it what it is. Tim was an attorney. He is an attorney, and he's became a good friend. And got introduced to Bob, and we just started talking. And it was an honor to even be solicited in a sense.
Well,
but
we made the right choice.
Well, likewise, yeah. I'm humbled by it. Thank you.
I can't.
My first live stage, by the way, is this Kerbolic Smoke. But everything else I've done, even our own TV show. Is recorded, so this was live, so it's intimidating.
Yeah, well, you seem to handle it pretty well, and I can't say enough about working with Tim, because we were talking about this the other night, and if one of us came up with a line, the other one was able to improve upon it.
And you're still doing it.
And it's back and it was a big back and forth, and Carol probably only remembers the laughter coming from the room, but that was when we got to the point where we knew the line was right if we were laughing about it. Sometimes we would just laugh for a real long time, and we wouldn't really do much writing because we just think that the idea was so good. But Tim's a pretty accomplished attorney, and for him to take so much time out of his professional life to work on this with me was really very generous of him. Last year he was involved in an international case that was heard in London, and he was called as an expert witness. Carol got to go with him. I don't think she went to court that day, but he told me that the attorney from the other side of the case was like the Emperor in Star Wars. He was that intimidating, but Tim's position was adopted by the court, and the company that hired him, they prevailed in the lawsuit. So it's pretty impressive. It's not, it's one of those things where, and he's writing this play, and he's in London testifying. It's pretty, can't get more stark of a contrast than that.
Listen, this is why the world that we live in is so unique. Here's a young man who, as I mentioned, I wasn't a very good student. But one day I would grow up to be on the radio station that I listened to my entire life from the time I was a child. This is the reason I love radio. But speaking of the law, I would get a chance to interview F. Lee Bailey on the air.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, and I could tell it to my kids and they wouldn't even comprehend who F. Lee Bailey was. But for me, that's like kicking it through the uprights to win the Super Bowl.
Was that when he was in Westmoreland County Courthouse, and he appeared a couple times there. The stories that Tim was telling me just the other day about
brilliant
how the courtroom was packed. Not only were attorneys going to see F. Lee Bailey, but judges that sit on the bench in Westmoreland County were going to see F. Lee Bailey.
Listen, whether it's the O.J. trial that was, broadcasted with Bobby Cochran and, Johnny Cochran and all
Amazing.
of them, F. Lee Bailey, Kardashian, my audience, it was riveting. People, they like these whodunits. Because you never know. That's why there's that little thing called a cliffhanger. And it's obviously there's a big difference between that and what you're doing, but it comes down to that cliffhanger. People want to hang on to the very end, and they want to try to guess if they can outsmart you, too.
But isn't it with everything, though? Even the TV shows, I remember growing up in the 70s, you had to wait maybe through the whole summer until the season it premieres, and
that was
who
torture.
shot who.
Hey, the greatest of all time, and I watched it later in life. Carol, you'll appreciate this. We're the same age. David Jansen in The Fugitive.
Oh, yeah.
Listen, to this day, when I'm channel surfing, I have to stop. And when he finally confronted that one-armed man, it was like somebody took the wind out of my lungs. I mean, it was just incredible. Riveting to this day.
For sure.
Love what you do. All right, listen, let's get back to the business at hand. This curtain's going to be coming up very soon, and from what I understand, tickets are going to be going very, very fast. So tell the folks where you're going to be and what you're going to be doing. Go ahead.
It's the case of the Carbolic Smoke Ball. It's returning to the Carnegie stage on Main Street in Carnegie, and it's the October 17th, 18th, and 19th, 24th, 25th, and 26th. The Friday and Saturday shows are at 8:30. Sunday shows are at 2 p.m. And no matter when you come, you get the whole play. We're not going to cut it at all. You get to sit there for a couple hours. You'll enjoy yourself.
Well, now who do you play again? I know who you play, but when I'm curious,
I play a media mogul that's a friend of the president's. His name is Jingo Bang.
Jingo Bang.
Jingo Bang is the name. And that's one of the original names when we first started to write. We since changed all the names to deceased Supreme Court justices. So Rufus Peckham was a Supreme Court justice.
I remember
Noah
this.
Swain is a Supreme Court justice. Lucius Quintus Cincinnatus Lamar, who's kind of my adversary in the play.
That's our tongue twister.
That's the tough one. Well, there's another one that I want to not even going to try to say. And Felix Frankfurter, they're all characters. Those characters were all Supreme Court justices. Let's see. And Helen Palsgraf was one of the great plaintiffs in a lawsuit, and it was a personal injury case, and it was a landmark decision. And so we picked her because we needed a female name. And we also have your character, Hadley v. Baxendale. That's actually the name of a case. And it was a breach of contract case, and it stands for the proposition of the damages that are recoverable have to be foreseeable. And
I love this character, actually. He gets to be sharp. He's pretty direct. I get to cross-examine as the prosecutor. So
I think if lawyers come, they're going to first of all, they're going to recognize the Carbolic Smoke Ball, because that was another case.
Yes.
That we got the title from. And the names of the Supreme Court justices, and of course Hadley v. Baxendale. So there's kind of a built-in element to the play. Not that it was intentional. We just thought it would be fun to name our characters after Supreme Court justices.
And by the way, our own social media guru here at the station, KDKA's Andy Lindbergh, is operating and gives the voice of a mannequin, a bailiff in the courtroom named Bucky, and I guess he steals the show. Did he write that, or did you write that?
No, that was it's a kind of a long story, but we've known Andrew for a number of years. And
Brilliant.
Last year when we were here, he was, nice enough to come in and say hi. And so when we were casting this play, we were talking. We said, we could get Andrew. He's always pretty good.
He is good.
And he's better than we expected.
Unbelievable, actually. I've told you this before. Just having the pleasure of listening to him the other day when he did his lines. Wow, folks! Yeah. I tell you, when you really want to hear this guy get in character, he is in character.
Yeah, his voice is almost as good as Tim's.
I don't know, but he's pretty good. I have to give him props. He's pretty good.
Yeah.
Another one of my great court dramas or funnies on television was Night Court. I love it.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I got to believe that Night Court in New York City was a little bit more serious, but I'm sure they had a lot of laughs too.
Well, here's the interesting thing, Rob. When I graduated from law school, I worked for two judges in Indiana County. So I left Pittsburgh for a few years and worked up there. These guys, just at the interview, were a scream to listen to. They were just so funny.
Stories.
And, before I got back home after the interview, they had already offered me the job. And of course I took it because they were just a blast. And Tim also had a law clerk experience with Judge Hester, who was a renowned judge in Pittsburgh, kind of legendary for his wit and wisdom, and Jim Kavanaugh in Philadelphia on the Superior Court, and so we kind of were round judges that were funny guys, And because the job is so serious, and there are serious consequences to some of the decisions that they make.
Absolutely.
So they, I think the sense of humor, what gets you through.
You have to laugh.
Yeah.
Or you go, listen, I've been so fortunate, the Phil De Lucentes, the Bobby Del Grecos, I mean, so many, Joe Mystic, I mean, teaches law at Duquesne, Judge Marmo, but Jim Eckert was the best. Listen, 5 o'clock in the morning, he would take the call and he'd come on the air with you. And I was nobody back in the day, just a young kid trying to get John Cigna coffee and donuts, you know what I'm saying? And so lawyers have always been such a huge part of my career, and they're always willing to step up. And I think that's something that's very important. Just my thought process. All right, let's take a break. But before we do, once again, October 17th through the 19th, 24th through the 26th, it is the case of the Carbolic Smoke Ball, and it's happening with the Royal Carbolic Players at the Carnegie Stage. And how do you get tickets? CarnegieStage.com. Back to wrap it up with Bob and Tim and Carol. Just a couple of moments on KDKA.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
When it's cancer, life gets complicated. The AHN Cancer Navigation Team guides you through. Appointments, expert specialists, emotional support, done. Because at AHN, we see you. Visit ahn.org/cancer team. When it's cancer, AHN knows. Life takes a village. Cancer takes a team. The AHN Cancer Navigation Team gets you the support you need. An expert care plan, financial guidance, emotional support. Visit ahn.org/cancer team.
Americans spend $66 billion on weight loss products and services each year. And you know what? Right here in our hometown, Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Bitchoff has helped thousands of people do just that. Lose weight, keep it off. In fact, he's been helping people take back control of their lives for more than 20 years here in Pittsburgh at the PA Hypnosis Center. You have an opportunity to do the same. Are you battling anxiety? So many people are. He can help you with that. If you want to quit smoking, Dan Bitchoff is the call you should make at the PA Hypnosis Center today. Schedule your pre-consultation at 724-934-8446, 724-934-8446. Dan can help you reach your goal with a 98% success guarantee. 724-934-8446. Call now.
Support St. Anthony School programs and help students with special needs achieve their full potential through inclusive education, therapy services, and job skills development, serving students ages 5 through 21 with Down syndrome, autism, and other intellectual disabilities. Find them within select Catholic schools in the Pittsburgh area, including a post-secondary program at Duquesne University. For over 70 years, St. Anthony School has empowered students of all faiths to live independently and contribute meaningfully to society. Learn more or donate at stanthonykids.org.
Scammers, stalkers, criminals. They're looking for your personal information and finding it easier than you think. With Incogni, you can reduce your personal information exposure on the web. Your name, address, and phone number are shared on hundreds of public websites right now. Your family details, even where you live. It's all online, collected and sold by data brokers without your consent, putting you at serious risk. Someone could show up at your door, use your information to steal your identity, send scam messages to your parents, or drain your accounts in minutes. Incogni removes your personal data from hundreds of websites that expose your details, making it much harder for the wrong people to reach you. Because if they can't find you, they can't harm you. Get 1 year of Incogni Unlimited for 55% off today at Incogni.com and let Incogni remove your personal data from the web for you. That's INCOGNI.com. Take back control of your privacy and reclaim your peace of mind.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Oh, I could do another hour and another hour. You got to go see this. You're going to absolutely love it. The case of the Carbolic Smoke Ball. It's happening October 17th through the 19th, 24th through the 26th. Carnegie Stage in Carnegie, CarnegieStage.com. Bob Haas is here. Tim Bendig is here.
Thank you.
Carol is here. I just got to say one more thing about writing. So you got Mel Brooks, 98. God bless him. I love him. Coming out with Spaceballs 2. He's actually going to act in it. You realize, think about writers that have affected us all. You know, he was with Carl Reiner, Show of Shows, Sid Caesar, how that evolved and where that went on. Some of the greatest people, Seinfeld, you know, all of the things that they did there, Larry David. I mean, writing is such a big deal, and they never really get the credit. Those who become stars in front of the camera, in front of the microphone, yeah, that may, or behind the microphone. But how many people make their livings, guys, just writing all this magical stuff, drama, comedy, every day, year after year, decade after decade?
Well, you know, what's amazing to me is there's so many shows on so many stations now. And there must be armies of writers out there.
There has to be.
You know, back in the early days of television, there probably weren't that many people making their living writing. But now I think you have a chance to get a job somewhere writing something just because there's so many shows.
Well, that's it. I'm going to go into writing versus announcing.
Yeah.
I'll go into writing now since that seems where it's working out for you.
Were you born with that voice?
I don't know. I think I came out out of the womb talking like this. I don't know. My mom always said,
it's not
continue.
Real. Yeah, I know. It's almost like he's sounding like that, trying to sound like that, but it's really the way he talks.
I know, it's so. When I order at McDonald's or any type of drive-through, I drive up to the window and they say, "You know what? I got to tell you, you're the most friendliest person I've ever met through this drive-through," and I don't know how to take that. I don't know if it's a compliment. Or do I go there too much?
He said hello to me in the hallway. My sinus is cleared up.
Yes,
so
for sure.
That's a deep voice.
I love it.
Anyway, let's just kind of do the once over again. And listen, my friend, who's a well-respected sports agent and attorney, I'm telling you, if it's anywhere near what he said last year, I guarantee he'll be back this year. So tell the folks what you're doing.
It's better this year. I'm sorry, Bob. It's better this year.
Well, yes, we have the play. It's about the President of the United States being blackmailed.
Yeah.
And he's calling upon his...
Nothing like what's going on in the real world today.
No, nothing like that now. And the president calls upon the world-famous attorney who he portrayed in a movie called the Trial of the Century. That was the name of the movie. And the president won an Academy Award for portraying Rufus Peckham in that movie. But now he's in trouble because he's being subject to blackmail, and the FBI is coming to arrest him. And he thinks the only person who can save him is the attorney that he portrayed once, Rufus Peckham. And when Rufus Peckham arrives at the White House, mayhem and murder follow.
Yes, exciting.
Yeah.
So they're more like chalk lines as this thing goes on?
Well, it's kind of funny. We don't have a chalk line, but we come pretty close without giving anything away.
Yes.
It's funny. Can you imagine an actor becoming the president?
No, that would never happen.
No.
That's where I think we stretch the audience's, what they will believe in.
Listen, I got to interview Ronald Reagan. I was 21 years old. He was running against Jimmy Carter.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm waiting for him at the 9/11 Air Base. I don't know how I talked myself into this, but I'm in the back of a Chrysler Cordoba waiting for this guy with my little cassette player. And the thing that amazed me more than him maybe being the president, this and that, but his hair was brown because it always looked black.
Yeah,
and
you're right.
All I kept thinking about trying to get these questions out of young kids shaking and trembling was he was the host of Death Valley Days on television. Yeah. And it's just, who would have ever thought a kid from Beaver County would spend an hour in the back of a limousine with a childhood hero, actor, cowboy, did it all.
And now he's going to be president.
Yeah, and he became president of the United States of America. So that's why I wouldn't be shocked if they take this thing to Broadway.
Well, that would be very nice.
Well, we have a good cast, and again, I'm not just saying because I'm part of them, and it's excluding me, but working with the people that you've selected to be castmates, it's a wonderful group, and they really are taking this play to heart. And truly, I say that they really are.
Well, we were lucky with a lot of the calls. We have a character that's a royal character, which I won't even see. I'm so guarded with this.
You are.
It's
not a senior moment. You are guarded.
But it's Samantha Bennett, who was a columnist for the Post-Gazette, and she does an excellent job. We have a character playing, kind of my nemesis and the protector of the president, Lucius Quintus Cincinnatus Lamar. That's the character's name. Dwayne Curry, he's a local actor. He's been in many shows.
Yes. But
he's also a blacksmith.
Really?
Yeah. He works down at Meadowcroft Village. And so it's those kinds of interesting people that we have we have a school teacher. Amy is a school teacher. Her husband Peter's a businessman, and these people are really they're just really good.
And a lot of it's a labor of love. They just love doing it.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think you find in the theater community, or we're finding. Tim and I don't know the theater community that well, but we're finding that when you get the right person, it makes all the difference in the world. And you when you have the right person because they're dedicated.
You don't know you love it, like myself, who I have never done a live play, so I couldn't. I don't have that experience.
You've never done a live.
I've
play.
never done a live play. This is my first event, and I tell you, I fell in love with it.
Gotta be a little nervous.
Oh, I was terrified. Are you kidding me?
He didn't look it.
Oh, I was. Oh my gosh.
He's a pro. He's a pro.
It doesn't matter. Because you know what?
Like you're doing
let me say this.
announcing.
I tell you why. Because when you mess up a line, you can mess up potentially the cast member after you. So you have to really learn your lines. You have to learn their lines before yours. When to say yours. There's a lot involved here, folks.
All right, listen. I just have enough time to tell them again. October 17th through the 19th, 24th through the 26th, Carnegie Stage in Carnegie, CarnegieStage.com. Thank you both. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Rob. It's been great being with you.
All right, this is a real joy. So please get out and support what they're doing because this is what it's all about. Community. All right, stay with us. We're going to be back in a couple of hours before you know it. Colleagues the rest of the day right here, KDKA 100.1 FM, AM 1020. Rob Taylor with a look at that 1 o'clock news just minutes away on KDKA. It's your Pratt Pack. Good afternoon.
The proceeding was paid for by Haunted Pittsburgh. Information on the program was intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard in the preceding program.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Larry Richards on the streets of downtown Dublin. This is Ryan Wilkinson, and Ryan has a special connection to Pittsburgh. What is it?
I do. So I'm here with Permane Brothers. We're in Dublin. We're bringing the Permane Brothers love to Dublin. Greatest sandwich in the land, man.
Some point or another, somebody says, did you have it for man?
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-536-9607. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-536-9607 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-536-9607 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-536-9607.
This year's senior class is back at homecoming, reunited and protected with mNEXSpike, the new COVID-19 vaccine from Moderna for adults 65 and older. That's because these seniors know they face the highest risk of severe COVID. mNEXSpike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA, is a COVID-19 vaccine for people 65 and older and for 12 to 64-year-olds at high risk for severe COVID. You shouldn't get mNEXSpike if you've had an allergic reaction to a previous Moderna COVID-19 vaccine. Rare cases of inflammation of the heart muscle and outer lining have been reported. Common side effects include pain at the injection site, tiredness, headache, muscle or joint pain, chills, nausea, vomiting, and underarm swelling or soreness. mNEXSpike may not protect everyone. This year's senior class came ready with a COVID-19 vaccine that helps them keep showing up. mNEXSpike from Moderna, here for the senior class. Visit mnexspike.com to schedule your vaccine today. That's mnexspike.com.
There's no place like home and no place you'd rather be than at Steelers Style, presented by your neighborhood Ford store, PNC, UPMC, and UPMC Health Plan. Be a part of the largest and most anticipated fundraising event of the year, benefiting Steelers charities. Get your tickets now at Steelers.com/SteelersStyle.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh, W261AX Pittsburgh.
From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 76 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 1 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Pittsburgh police say a man was shot in the abdomen this morning in Homewood. It happened around 7 this morning in the 7200 block of Felicia Way. That man was transported to the hospital in critical condition. Multiple people were injured after a two-vehicle crash Friday night in Murraysville. That crash happened around 11 o'clock at Route 22 and Buena Vista Road. Some of the people in the cars were trapped inside before they were rescued. They were taken to area hospitals. No word on their conditions this afternoon. Butler County man already accused of sexually assaulting 3 boys is now facing a new accusation. According to a criminal complaint, Nathan Mitchell was charged Friday with indecent assault of a person less than 13 years of age and corruption of minors. This comes after a 4th boy accused Mitchell of indecent assault after he had slept in Mitchell's house. A preliminary hearing for Mitchell is scheduled for November. Mitchell, a former EMT and sports official, appeared in court earlier this month after being originally accused of sexually assaulting 3 boys. A petition signed by upwards of 1,500 people was taken to the Pittsburgh City Clerk's office in hopes that Pittsburgh City Council would make Pittsburgh a, quote, sanctuary city. That term is used to describe local governments that limit their cooperation with ICE, or immigration and customs enforcement operations. Pittsburgh Mayor Ed Gainey has said his administration would not work with ICE. Allegheny United for Immigration Rights and Justice, the organization behind the effort, also called on Allegheny County leaders to do more to protect the immigrant community. ICE has been ramping up its arrests in cities throughout the nation under the Trump administration. Well, Marc-Andre Fleury's final game in a Penguins uniform will be a farewell performance tonight. In a preseason game against the Columbus Blue Jackets, this will allow fans a final chance to celebrate the franchise legend and former Penguin Tyler Kennedy, who played with Fleury. It's going to be in the building tonight, tells the Pomp and Joe Show on 93.7 A Fan. NHL history will be made tonight.
I think this is the first time ever in preseason NHL hockey that you're going to get a sellout. Like, that's unbelievable. And whoever in the administration of the Penguins that spoke up and said, you know what, let's get Flower back and let's let him play a period. What a marketing genius.
The 40-year-old Fleury will play one period of an exhibition game against the Blue Jackets before officially ending his 21-year NHL career. KDK Radio News Time, it's 1:02, and KDK Sports, Pitt Panthers all over the Louisville Cardinals right now at Acrisure Stadium at 17-0. Second quarter, you can hear the game on 93.